Hey guys, behind the scenes at the beginning of the stream has been a fucking roller coaster. Anyway. Okay. So, right before I started streaming, Streamlabs wasn't working properly. Like, it said that it couldn't connect to YouTube. So, I closed the app, and then I reopened it, and then I started playing the music because I forgot that I hadn't started the stream yet. So I started it like 3 minutes late. And then, but before that, when I hadn't started the stream yet, because I thought I had, I started lowering the volume of the music because I was about to switch over to my face cam, which is what I usually do. And then I realized, oh yeah, it's not started. But then I forgot, when I started the stream, I forgot to put the volume of the song back up. So it was just this volume for the past like 2 minutes. Anyway. Hey guys, what's up? FNaF stream. Yeah, this is not a very common occurrence. This is going to be what I call a variety stream. This one's going to be mostly just FNaF. We're going to watch the new MCM archive, and then 2 FNaF theory videos. If I have time, maybe I'll do something else. Maybe we'll just do some discussing. But yeah, that's what we're doing today. So, probably won't be a very long stream. I will have to leave for dinner at some point, probably around 5:36. And then, I'll probably end the stream around 8. Like, I'll come back, like, 30 minutes later, so around, like, 6:30, probably. And then we'll have, like, an hour and a half left to finish up the stream. And then, yeah. So, we'll just figure out what to do like, after we finish the few things, because I'm going to be turning this stream into a couple videos. Maybe I'll ask some friends to join. Like, maybe I'll, like, call Libra or something if he wants to join me. Probably after the videos, and then we'll just, like, you know, talk about something. I don't know what there is to talk about left. But yeah, I'll probably just talk to chat for a while after that, and then we'll just see where it goes. Maybe I'll play some, like, Resident Evil or something in the background while I'm just talking to you guys. But yeah, that's the plan for today. Before we start, I am just gonna chill here, talk to chat for a little bit. So yeah, hi Ernesto, Century, Freb, how's it going? I got some ice cream with me. I don't know wherever you guys live. I don't know if Celebrations, like the cookies, I don't know if they're a Canada thing or if they're also in the US, but this is a Celebration ice cream sandwich. It's really good. A Celebration is basically half of a s'more. So it's basically a s'more without the marshmallow. At least these versions of the cookies that are used for this thing. So this right here, it's cracked right now, but this cookie right here, this is this is one version of Celebration cookies. And then at the bottom there's just the cookie part without the chocolate. 160 twee. Shit. $160 twee. So yeah, this stream will be split up into at least 3 videos. One for the MCM archive, and then one for each of the theories. The theories we'll be reacting to is the newest game theory, which came out last week on Saturday, and the Midnight Motorist theory that FNaF released, I think, like a month ago. Yeah, just over a month ago. Haven't watched it yet, so. Never heard of a celebration cookie? You're missing out, dude. They're really good. And they make a great ice cream sandwich. Also, yesterday was my prom. That was very fun. I didn't go to school today. That's why I'm streaming. Because I'm not going to go to school the day of or the day after prom. Okay? So, yeah, that's just not happening. Alright. So, now that I've eaten my ice cream sandwich, what do? Eat a second one. This is the last one, though. I didn't get 3. I got 2. And only 2. I didn't get 4 either. Or 5. Or 6. Or 7. Or 8. Or 9, D3. Anyway. Who's older, Edwin or Henry? Probably Henry. That was delicious. Alright. So. The game theory thumbnail cuts off in a way where it looks like it says farted. How it arted. How it farted. Can't even see the words how it though. I have just a bag of garbage right now. It's in a Kit Kat box. Or bag. Package, not bag. Tarded. Farted. Alright, so first thing we're doing is the MCM archive, because it just came out. So, we can get to doing that now. Alright, let's mute the music. Cool. Okay. Alright, whoops, that's the wrong video. There we go. Is my audio good? It should be. What? I think DBD debunk DCIGF. What, Dead by Daylight debunks, like, the Save Them kids being, what, Golden Freddy? Was that an idea that anybody ever had in their life? I wonder if the Dead by Daylight stuff can be used for lore. Because, like, It's a collab. I'm sure that like they discussed with Scott, what can we write? And Scott probably like told them what they can do, right? So I assume that it's probably lore accurate, honestly. But I don't know if there's like anything important that we didn't already know, right? Probably not. Know that William uses Golden Freddy to kill them. Okay. I feel like he probably did use Golden Freddy, but I haven't done the Dead by Daylight yet, so. How old do you think Fritz Smith is? I don't know. However old Michael is, because I think that he is Michael. Anyway, so yeah. We may now begin. Here we go. Oh, why is this here? Oh, right, it's... God damn it. Let's... I need to fix this. Properties. No, not that. Actually, no. Just remove that. And then display capture, add source, add new source. Would William Afton and Oswell E. Spencer get along? Good question. Probably. They're kind of looking for similar things. See, the problem is my display capture is messed up right now because of the VR stream. Because I have to crop the display capture for that. So I can remove that. And then if I go over to live VR, will it still be fine? This is still the cropped one, right? Yes, this is still the cropped one. Awesome. Okay, that should work. Okay, we should be good. You consider it being just factual something much better? Not necessarily, but like I think it's pretty likely. It says the disguise he used to commit his heinous crimes. Well, yeah, about the missing kids. Doesn't necessarily mean he killed all the kids that he killed with that thing. Like, he didn't. Like, he didn't use the Spring Bonnie suit to kill Charlotte. So we don't have to assume that it's talking about every single kid that he ever killed, because he didn't use it for every kid. Meaning that he could very well have still used Golden Freddy for the Save Them Kids. Alright. Time to watch the MCM archive. So this MCM archive is called Clean O Vac, which is interesting because in the Mimic story, we find out that he made a robotic vacuum cleaner. And I thought that we saw that in, what's it called? In the 5 Laps at Freddy's demo? The Hug, I think it was called. So I wonder if, it's weird because this isn't called the Hug. So is this a different vacuum? Like, did he maybe, like, branch off, like, his technology, like, after making this one? Or was that the original and this is one that he made later? My theory that I talked about in last week's video on it, on the second one, was that I think that these are inventions that he made before the Fazbear buyout. So it's not just that... I don't think this is stuff he made afterwards, like with the Mimic technology. I think this is stuff that he made before the Mimic, and then he used these things to create the Mimic and like its features and stuff. Because in the Mimic story, it says that he used pieces of his old like inventions that didn't pan out, right? So it might just be that these are commercials for products that were going to release, and then they just didn't end up being successful, so he kind of scrapped them. And the vacuum cleaner was supposedly the first invention that actually was successful. So, if this... And that was before he made the Mimic. Meaning, if this is that vacuum, then that implies that all of these are before the Mimic. So, I guess we'll see. This is 1 minute and 8 seconds long, so let's watch this.
Are you looking for the perfect vacuum cleaner? There are so many to choose from, but none of them fit every corner of your home. Introducing the brand new revolutionary advancement in vacuum technology, Murray's Marvelous Cleanovac. Never before could a vacuum adjust its size to fit into hard-to-reach places. Patented Murray Tech allows you to clean everything from the biggest messes to the smallest crumbs. One size fits all. And what you really need most in a vacuum cleaner is friendship. Your family will love the new addition. Mom, you won't have to leave the kitchen for the house to be spotless. And your kids will have a friend for life. Murray's Marvelous Cleanovac. Order one today and make your family a happy one.
Huh. So that was an image there. Okay. Are these getting more glitchy like they did in the what's it called? With Freddy and Friends? Let me see actually. Let me open, let me get a new tab. Magic coat rack and stay up latte. Okay. Let's see. Is this more glitchy now? This is the coat rack. Doesn't seem too glitchy here. This one's not that glitchy either. And this one seems a little bit more glitchy. So let me look at this. Let me rewatch this so I can see what there is to discuss. Oh yeah, also, let's check this number. Because I mentioned last time that, it is different this time. Last time the first two, they started with a 4, then there was but there was 3 numbers, a dash, and then 4 numbers, and the last number was a 7. So now this is different. This is not the same. I'm thinking that these numbers are going to have something in the game, because I mentioned this in the last video too. Apparently, people use stuff from Freddy and Friends to get the wall code. I don't know how they did that, or what happened there at all, but that's what people say. So if this is like the Freddy and Friends for Secret of the Mimic, I feel like there's gonna be something in the game that we're gonna have to solve based on these. So I think it might have to do with these numbers. Because there's 7 digits, it might end up being like a phone number, or it could just be like a keypad or something like that. And I think that they might end up being something important. Kind of like the number, like there's numbers in that you can call in Into the Pit, right? So it could be something similar to that, right? Okay.
Are you looking for the perfect vacuum cleaner? There are so many to choose from, but none of them fit every corner of your home. Introducing the brand new revolutionary advancement in vacuum technology, Murray's Marvelous Cleanovac. Never before could a vacuum adjust its size to fit into hard-to-reach places.
Adjust its size. And the Mimic does that. So I think I am right about the idea that, like, so with the Stay Up Latte, it's watching and learning, like the Mimic does. So that's, like, where the program, like, was kind of envisioned, I guess. Then there's the Coat Rack, which can expand and contract, like the Mimic can do with its limbs. And then in this thing, it can, what did it say?
Vacuum adjust its size to fit into hard-to-reach places.
Yeah, which the Mimic can do. Kind of the same thing as the expanding and contracting, right? But, like, just in general, it can shrink, and it can, like, fit in any costume, and it can fit in vents and stuff that are too small.
Patented Murray Tech allows you to clean everything from the biggest messes to
There's
the
one other thing.
smallest crumbs.
One other thing I wanted to discuss.
One size fits all. And what you really need most in a vacuum cleaner is friendship. Your family will love the new addition. Mom, you won't have to leave the kitchen for the house to be spotless. And the new addition.
That is a young boy playing with Edwin's technology. That, just like the Mimic. It's meant to be friends with kids. So yeah, I think that is further hammering home the point that these are all about the Mimic's creation. and factors that were used to create the Mimic. Pieces and technology and ideas that were used for the Mimic. I think that's definitely what it's implying. Also, this dad looks really stupid. Not like stupid art style, I mean like he just looks goofy.
You won't have to leave the kitchen for the house to be spotless. And your kids...
It's kind of like saying like that this thing is taking over your responsibilities, which could kind of be like another connection with the Mimic, how it's like taking over, I guess, raising David.
Have a friend for life. Murray's Marvelous Cleanovac. Order one today and make your family a happy one.
What is that? There was something there. I don't know what it is. I cannot tell what that is, even a little bit. Not even a little bit, actually. What? I see a faceplate, I think, if that is an animatronic. That looks like a nose. So like this is like a muzzle, kind of. And this is an eye, I think? What's Discord saying about this? Group chat says nothing. What about this? Nobody's saying anything, so no idea what this thing is. Just trying to find people talking about it so I can like figure out what it is. Huh. That's interesting. Okay, so someone in Fredcord said that the paper on the thumbnail is getting cleaner each time. So let me show you guys. MCM archive. And then, so yeah, here's Stay Up Latte. It's like yellow, right? Then the Magic Coat Rack, it's white, but like it's slightly like dirty, I guess. And then the most recent one, might not be able to find it. So I'll just go over here. Yeah, it's more like completely white. I think that's trying to say that these are getting more recent. Like, that if this is the vacuum that kickstarted Edwin's career, if it is, then that means the other two, they were before it. That doesn't mean these were recent, period, but it implies that this was the most recent one, and it's still before the Mimic, meaning these two were also before the Mimic. That's what I think it's trying to tell us. And yeah, since this is the vacuum, this seems to be the vacuum that kickstarted Edwin's career, like how he got so successful. So yeah, I think that's definitely, what it's building up to. So it's saying that these things were all made before the Mimic, and Edwin used them for help in the creation of the Mimic. That's what it seems to be. I took it as the opposite. How? You think that these are getting these are getting less recent since the animation style went lower and lower? Yeah, but I feel like the fact that the first one was dirty and the new one was clean implies that this one is older than this one. That's what it seems more like to me. It's the dog from the gameplay trailer. Let me see. Who is this one? Is it? It's really hard to tell, honestly. Yeah, it could be, yeah. I mean, if it is, then sure, yeah. I'm just saying, like, I can't really tell very well here. But yeah, I think that was everything. I think that's all for the MCM archive. So. Evan was born 20 years after FNaF 2. I was, yes. Oops. Alright. So, also, one other thing that I wanted to talk about. People were saying that in the background of this one, you could hear a guy, like, talking about losing his leg or something. I want to listen to that, because I didn't hear that the first time.
Are your clothes creating a catastrophic pile? Is your family distraught by the untidy nature of your house? The solution is here, friends. Murray's Magic Coat Rack. Adjusts for any size of clothing. Jackets, hats, cardigans, blazers, bags, shawls, scarves, and more. It'll even hold your pots and pans, or your pet, or you, if you're feeling down. Order several...
I could kind of hear it. I couldn't make up what they said. I think I heard the words "my leg," but I can't really hear exactly what he's saying. I'm gonna listen again.
Are your clothes creating a catastrophic
I wonder if
pile?
there's...
Is your family distraught by the untidy nature of your house? The solution is here, friends. Murray's Magic Coat Rack. Adjusts for any size of clothing. Jackets, hats, cardigans, blazers, bags, shawls, scarves, and more. It'll even hold your pots and pans, or your pet, or you, if you're feeling down. Order several...
I kind of heard it slightly. I want to see if there's one in this one too. I don't think there is, but I'm gonna see.
Are you looking for the perfect vacuum cleaner? There are so many to choose from, but none of them fit every corner of your home. Introducing the brand new revolutionary advancement in vacuum technology, Murray's Marvelous Cleanovac. Never before could a vacuum adjust its size to fit into hard-to-reach places. Patented Murray Tech allows you to clean everything from the biggest messes to the smallest crumbs. One size fits all. And what you really need most in a vacuum cleaner is friendship. Your family will love the new addition. Mom, you won't have to leave the kitchen for the house to be spotless. And your kids will have a friend for life. Murray's Marvelous Cleanovac. Order one today and make your family a happy one.
Alright, I don't think there was. Only the second video seems to have one in the background. Yeah. I don't think there was one, but you know, just wanted to check. We can close these now. Alright, so the first thing we'll react to is the game theory. Because although the FNaF one was earlier, was older, I think it's better to do the game theory one first because it's more recent. So the one that's older will get less views anyway. Like when I turn these into videos. All right. Just a reminder, when you can do game theory since it's worse and heal us with the FNaF one. Okay, well I haven't seen it yet, so I guess we'll find out if it's worse. I think I saw a YouTube short, which I think was about this theory. I don't remember. Let me see.
Secret of the Mimic is gonna reboot FNaF. In Dorko's interview with Steel Wool, they confirmed that Murray's costume manor, the place the Secret of the Mimic is taking place, isn't a Fazbear facility. Right
This
after
isn't.
the
I don't think this
interview,
one
we
has
also got
anything to
an
do with
order form
this.
which asks for a purchaser's name. This
Both of them
tells us
mentioned
that
the interview.
Edwin had other clients besides Fazbear, which means not every character.
Both of them mentioned the interview, but they don't seem to be related unless this does end up talking about that, or if it's just talking about the interview in general and like what they discuss in it. I don't know. What was this theory again?
Don't trust every theory you see, my friend.
Oh, right, this one. I remember. Well done. That's great evidence to back it up, despite being wrong. Okay. I'll be the judge of that. For my own opinion, at least. Alright. So, game theory. The hidden truth of Afton's experiments finally revealed. 20 minutes and 58 seconds long. The first word is Dawkos. I think I watched the first couple seconds because, like, you know, you automatically do when you click on the video. And he was saying stuff about, like, the Steel interview, right? So, I don't know where it's going to go relating to this, but I haven't seen the interview, honestly, so maybe I should watch that. But yeah, let's go.
Dorko's Steel Wool interview reveals the true purpose of the most recent FNaF book. Even though it's set in the Pizzaplex and focuses on characters we know like Gregory and Cassie, its biggest reveals are actually based much earlier in the franchise's history, and may reveal something very interesting about our favorite Urple killer. Hello, Internet!
Is he gonna say something about, like, the reagents, like, gas thing? Because that gas just kills you, right? At least it kills Cassie. So is he going to say that it's something to do with the fear gas, maybe? I don't know.
Game Theory, the show that's always gassing up the importance of tiny details in FNaF books. And just a little while ago, we got ourselves the third and, at this point, final choose your own adventure style FNaF book, Escape the Pizzaplex. It promised to be an exciting final adventure where we would take on the role of Cassie, who is playing hide and seek alongside our good pal Gregory as the animatronics go haywire in a prequel to Security Breach. Needless to say, I and most other FNaF theorists were excited for this one. Maybe now
and then I didn't
some of the
like
answers we've been desperately seeking to the very confusing lore of that game. But what we actually got was a lot more confounding. Like, the book is fine, but compared to the week before, Return to the Pit, even VIP, it wasn't really giving us
I gotta be honest, I still have to read VIP. I haven't read it yet, even though it came out almost a year ago now.
anything in the lore department. We did get to see Gregory in action in his more GGY Dr. Rabbit state, hacking the animatronics and generally being a bit of a jerk, and we got to see Cassie's friendship with both Gregory and Roxy present itself a little more. But neither of these things did what we were hoping for. I personally was hoping for answers like, how did Gregory become a slave to Glitch Trap? Or why is Cassie seen as so important to this plan?
Today,
No,
we
got
saw
nothing of the sort, which is
I clicked
why
on
it's
the
taken
narrow
me
rating.
this long to come up with a theory. I've been scratching my head for ages trying to figure out what the point of this story was. What
I'm
was
gonna
it?
rewind a little bit.
Nothing of the sort.
You just said, I was just clicking on who Narrow Raven was, because I remember, because I've seen you in chat before, I think, and I remember, like, and I feel like I've recognized your name from, like, something. I don't know, though. That was just checking the channel. Anyway, I'll go back.
Which is why I'm hoping for answers like, how did Gregory become a slave to Glitch Trap? Or why is Cassie seen as so important to this plan? But no, we got nothing of the sort, which is why it's taken me this long to come up with a theory. I've been scratching my head for ages trying to figure out what the point of this story was. What was it trying to tell us? And it wasn't really until the other week when I was chatting to friend of the channel Rye Toast about this book that suddenly it hit me. I'd been looking at this all wrong. wrong. Rather than looking at the characters we know from the franchise, I needed to look at the new character it introduced. A new kind of staff bot called the Reagent, with hoses for arms and a gas canister attached to its back that it uses to incapacitate Cassie in dozens of the book's endings. Eventually, this thing
Almost
is
all of
destroyed
the
by
book's
either
endings.
Cassie or Roxy, depending on the ending you get. Because this guy is an insecurity breach, so we gotta get rid of him so we don't mess up the timeline even more. But then the question Ryan and I both had was, why? Why introduce him at all if you're just gonna have to get rid of him? Why not make it one of the other Glamrocks, or Gregory, or heck, make it the first modern appearance of the Mimic in some way? But the more I pondered and banged my head against the wall, the more I began to realize that Scott absolutely had a purpose for this character. It just wasn't to do with the current lore of the franchise. It was pointing to something much further back.
I
in the
really
franchise's
never got
history.
any
Something
ideas
that we're
about what he
likely
could
to
be.
get a glimpse of in Secret of
What
the
he could be
Mimic
for.
very soon. The main thing we learn about this guy is that it has mysterious gas powers that it uses to incapacitate Cassie. Who's copying whose homework?
Hey, you! The 90s are back with Rosette. Taste.
Work now, eh, Poppy? And so, just like with Poppy, the first thing I wanted to do to get to the bottom of this new character was to figure out what this mysterious gas actually is. Because when you call your character the Reagent, that has consequences. A reagent is a real scientific term that refers to a substance or compound that is added to a system to cause a chemical reaction. And you know, if you're gonna use scientific terms to name your characters, we're gonna science the heck out of those characters. So, what do we learn about this mysterious reagent gas? Well, the most standout parts are what it does to Cassie when she encounters it. Quote, your eyes and throat burn. The moment you move, vertigo seizes you, and you can't seem to make your arms move right. They're too heavy, as if they're made of lead. You blink, your eyes flooded with tears. Then, everything goes dark. Cassie also mentions coughing, fuzzy vision, and dizziness in other parts of the book, so that's a pretty extensive list of symptoms to work with. Immediately, my mind went to something like carbon monoxide, the silent killer. It's a very common but very dangerous gas that, when breathed in, ticks a number of our symptom boxes. Blurry vision, dizziness, loss of muscle control, and while it isn't often associated with coughing, that is a symptom that can occur in certain individuals. Eventually, all of this leads to a loss of consciousness and death. Plus, it is used scientifically as a reagent, so we're off to a pretty good start. But it's not quite a perfect match. Carbon monoxide doesn't cause your eyes or throat to burn, hence it's called the silent killer, because you often can breathe it in and not know it's affecting you until it's too late. It's also called the silent killer for another big reason that doesn't work with our mysterious gas. Its odor, or more specifically, its lack of odor. You cannot smell carbon monoxide when it's leaking, which is why you should always have a
the detector. So like, it's like you don't realize that anything is wrong until like you're gonna die from it anyway.
carbon monoxide alarm installed in your home to sense it for you. Now,
Yeah.
I wouldn't put it past Fazbear Entertainment to ignore this crucial safety step, but Cassie does have something to say about the smell of this particular gas. Quote again, a noxious cloud follows in its wake. The thick, sharp scent of chemicals fills your nostrils. It actually repeats that point about it smelling like chemicals a few times throughout the book, which means it cannot be carbon monoxide. With the smell being associated with chemicals and the reagent being responsible for, quote, cleaning the pizzaplex of organic matter, I wondered if this could be something like chlorine gas. Chlorine is generally used as a disinfectant for things like swimming pools, but in gas form, while it can be used as a reagent, it's also incredibly dangerous. Just like carbon monoxide, it can cause lightheadedness, dizziness, blurry vision, and muscle weakness. But it also has the added effects we're looking for, like the burning sensation in the eyes and throat, which leads to coughing and watering eyes, and it has a strong chemical smell, typically reminding people of cleaning products like bleach. It also has another quality that carbon monoxide lacks. You can see it. In that previous quote from Cassie, we learn that she's not only able to smell the gas, but see it. Quote again, a noxious cloud follows in its wake. Sadly, we don't get any descriptors in the book about its color or anything. That would be way too helpful. But the fact that it's
Why'd I say I'd...
Michael Sarah. I will be right back. I just need to help my sister with something. I'll literally be like 2 seconds. Okay, I'm back. So. See, the thing is, what I'm wondering is, is he gonna find a gas that it makes sense to be, or is he gonna be like, it's probably not a gas that is like scientifically normally used. It's probably just the gas from the fear experiments. The thing is, if he's gonna say that it is the same type of gas, it would be kind of weird because that gas in Didophobia is something that makes you see things. It like affects your brain. It's a fear chemical, kind of like Scarecrow's fear gas, right? But the reagent's gas just kills you. And that's kind of the point of it. Like it's literally made to kill all organic matter. So it would be kind of weird for it to be the same gas and then not do that to Cassie. Like, you could just say that that's what happens after, but the fact that it's a game over indicates that she dies there, not that she just like experiences the fear experiments. Because I feel like there would be at least one ending where she goes through something like that if it were to be that. Like, there would be something in the book to indicate that, other than just being a gas, if that makes sense, you know?
chapters in the book about its color or anything, that would be way too helpful. But the fact that it's visible at all is important for us to bear in mind. And chlorine gas is visible, usually a yellowish green color. So why is this not the end of the video? Chlorine gas seems to be a perfect solution.
Because that doesn't mean anything
The problem
yet.
is that I can't get this clip from Rytoast's stream out of my head.
The tanks in the scuba room, they are labeled nitrogen.
But these gas canisters aren't just anywhere. They're in the basement of the Pizzaplex. This nitrogen is being used somewhere in the Pizzaplex. And the only thing we've really seen using gas in this building is the reagents. That means that the most likely suspect for the gas being used within Fazbear is a nitrogen-based gas, which, as you can tell by the name, chlorine is not. So, gotta try again. We need a gas that is visible, smells of chemicals, burns the eyes and throat, causes dizziness, heavy limbs, passing out, be nitrogen-based, and be some kind of reagent. This is becoming way more complicated than I intended. Who'd have thought that a game about a possessed animatronic...
The question is that nitrogen actually for the Pizzaplex, or is it related to something down there? Because it depends what theories you believe. Because personally, I think that the FNaF 6 building is like a repurposed Fredbear's Family Diner, meaning that FNaF 4 and sister location is also under the Pizzaplex. So technically, you could say that the reagents gas is something completely different, and that nitrogen-based gas is part of the fear gas, right? It could be something like that. You could say they're the same one, but I just don't see any indication that they're the same one. I mean the fear gas and the reagent gas. So,
Murder Bear
I could be wrong. I'm just saying I don't know.
But I'm nothing if not determined. And so I did what any logical, sane person would do in this situation. I looked up every single nitrogen-based gas that has ever existed and compared it to our symptoms. I'd like to say it was fun, but even the nerd in me
There's
was
probably
screaming.
a lot of
Yes,
those.
It was made a little easier thanks to this video's sponsor, Opera. Thanks to Opera,
Okay,
I was
bro.
able to use the split screen mode. Where did all that research take me? Well, as I crossed off Optio and keeping me sane, but now where did all that research take me? Well, as I crossed off options from the list, I was left with only one possibility. Something I'd never heard of. Dinitrogen tetroxide. It has a sharp and pungent smell of
How was that?
chemical I've never heard of. Dinitrogen tetroxide.
What is this?
It has a sharp and pungent smell of chemicals. If breathed in, it can lead to every symptom we've mentioned, as the name
Hot honey is so
name suggests it's nitrogen-based, and while it is by default colorless, dinitrogen tetroxide has a fun little quirk that solves that problem. It exists in a permanent state of equilibrium with another gas, nitrogen dioxide. Dinitrogen tetroxide literally cannot exist without nitrogen dioxide, because both chemicals share a reversible chemical reaction. Dinitrogen tetroxide breaks apart into nitrogen dioxide, and nitrogen dioxide molecules combine to create dinitrogen tetroxide. And this reaction is happening constantly, not only creating a weird chemical concoction, which is exactly how the book describes this substance, by the way, but it also changes the color to a reddish brown. And if that wasn't enough of a clincher, dinitrogen tetroxide has one other very interesting effect. Much like the other gases we've mentioned, it is a reagent. It helps create chemical reactions between a number of different compounds. But the type of reaction that caught my attention was that dinitrogen tetroxide can react with a number of different metals to form what are called metal nitrates. And these can then be used in future reactions to combine the metal compounds with carbon-based organic compounds. Now, where have I heard of that kind of combination before? Oh, that's right. Remnants.
Remnant?
Yes. In this universe, the
I need to listen to that again. What?
reaction that caught my attention was that dinitrogen tetroxide can react with a number of different metals to form what are called metal nitrates. And these can then be used in future reactions to combine the metal compounds with carbon-based organic compounds. compounds. Now, where have I heard of that kind of combination before? Oh, that's right, remnants.
I mean, remnant is just like
Yes,
soul
in
energy,
this
and it
universe,
like
the
is
soul
a
is
good
tangible
thing.
that exists.
Like,
it's not just some
metal's like
ethereal thing. It physically is attached to the
The hell's the
metal.
word? It's a good like carrier of it. What's the word that I'm thinking of? Why can't I think of the word? What is the word for a conductor? Why can't I think of that? Why can't I think of that?
It's not just some ethereal thing. It physically is attached to the metal, and when you melt down that metal, it remains attached, which led to the creation of the fun times. The
Yeah.
soul is a real thing. And if it's a real thing for us organic, carbon-based life forms, then it too could be considered organic matter. Meaning that this gas, the reagent, it's all part of turning these kids into remnant. Just like Rai theorized about in a recent video. It's also worth considering that Rai found these canisters in the scooping room of Ruin, and the scoop blueprints we got from FNAF 6 revealed to us that the scoop was designed to inject remnant into animatronics, or people. For these tanks to be here, in that same room, it feels like they have to be connected. And so the remnant for the scoop and these nitrogen-based canisters are also connected. And when you think about it, it actually helps explain a lot about what the Mimic is trying to do.
I mean, maybe, but I feel like it's kind of stretching it a little bit to like just say that that is I mean, yes, the scooper in the sister location scooper is it does hold remnant and injects remnant. But as for like the nitrogen thing, I feel like it would be kind of weird for that itself to be connected to the remnant, because yes, metal can like connect to like that gas or whatever it is, like the nitrogen thing. But I feel like that nitrogen having to do with the remnant itself is a thing. Like, I feel like it's more like, you know how you can have like, you know how you can not really be that good of friends with somebody, but you have a mutual friend, so the three of you will hang out together. But then if that mutual friend disappears, you'd have nothing to talk about. I feel like it's like that. It's like metal connects the nitrogen and the remnant, but without the metal, they have nothing to do with each other. That's how I feel like it kind of is more like, you know?
In Security Breach during the bad ending, we learnt of 9 missing kids, but we've had no idea what happened to them. Now, thanks to Ruin in the books, we know that the Mimic has been copying Afton and his murderous tendencies. Like in VIP, we see the Mimic program present itself as a pig mascot and lead kids into the back room to be killed, which is pretty familiar. But what we're talking about today allows us to take it one step further. The Mimic isn't just copying Afton's killings, he's trying to recreate the missing children's incident in its
Hey, you! The
entirety, converting their souls into remnants just like Afton did in the games that the Mimic was partially trained on. Now, listen, I get that all of this might seem like a stretch. Believe me, I do. Referring to the soul as organic matter feels weird, and even then, there's
I
no
don't think
way
it.
dinitrogen.
I don't think it's that the soul itself is organic, but I think that it obviously connects to metal, right? I don't think that the soul itself would cause any like chemical reaction with metal. I think it just latches onto it. So then like if you melt down the metal chemically and like scientifically, it's still only metal, but it has more properties just because of the spirit inside it. So it's not that the soul itself is a physical thing. It's still just a spiritual thing that has nothing to do with reality or physics or chemistry. It's just there, you know? So, I get what he's trying to say, but I don't think that the remnant itself is physical. So it's like the remnant and the nitrogen thing, the dinitrogen tetroxide and the nitrogen dioxide, they wouldn't have anything, those gases wouldn't have anything to do with the remnant itself. It's just like the metal bridges the gap between them, I guess. So, like, them being in the presence of a scooper is cool. Like, that works. but they don't have anything to literally do with each other. They just have something to... They're just both attached to metal, basically.
Tetroxide would work as a reagent for that specific compound. At the end of the day, Scott isn't a scientist. He's a fiction writer. But at this point, he knows that we theorists will look at the real-life comparisons to find our answers. And as time goes on, it's become clear that he's trying to work with that and make the series feel more grounded. We've moved away from spiritually possessed animatronics to an AI villain. He got rid of sound illusion discs and swapped them for hallucinogenic gas. And that is what I think this mysterious gas is really about. It's him trying to find a way to more believably ground the series, retroactively explaining part of Afton's scientific process, so that when the grounded AI villain tries to mimic him, it's not having to suddenly go back to the old sci-fi and paranormal tricks, undoing all of that progress. It's not a perfect one-to-one because the kind of thing he needs just doesn't exist. But what does exist is close enough to make his point. However, even with the answer to this gas question somewhat solved, as I sat there staring into the void that is my FNaF whiteboard, I remembered that that was only part of what I set out to solve. Sure, this has been a fun experiment trying to identify the gas, and it's even more fun to find its connections to Remnant. But that in and of itself hasn't really changed how we look at this franchise.
Yeah, it doesn't really do anything.
The idea that the Mimic is now creating Remnant, not just killing kids, which is fine.
Which I already kind of believed, because, like, in Burn Trap, you can see flesh, like, kind of growing over him. So it's like, maybe the Mimic made a Remnant, like, with those kids that Vanny killed. And just using that Remnant, then, like, kind of regenerated whatever corpse is on him, right? Is on Burn Trap. So it's just like, I already assumed that he was making Remnant. Like, that makes sense, but I don't think that gas thing really changes anything. So I just want to see, like, where he's going, because there's 7 minutes left.
But it's not exactly mind-blowing. It doesn't help us understand where this franchise is going. And despite all of this effort, I didn't feel any closer to actually solving the mystery I set out to. Why did Scott introduce us to a brand new character who, in the end, suffers from the classic prequel issue of having to be gone before the end of the book because he wasn't in security breach? Legitimately, at this point, I was at a loss. I was ready to throw this entire theory out and just act like the book didn't even exist. That was until Dorko's interview with Evan Lampe, the creative director of Secret of
If I was a lamp.
How carefully are you putting the books in consideration of Secret of the Mimic?
We've actually been talking about making this game for a long time, and we were developing the game kind of while these books are coming out. It's interesting to work kind of in dual mediums.
Secret of the Mimic was being developed alongside the books. They are directly influencing each other. Once again, I'd been looking at this all wrong. Escape the Pizzaplex appeared to be about security breach, but in actuality, its story is supposed to tie into Secret of the Mimic. So
I don't think that's what he's saying. I think he was saying Tales from the Pizzaplex, not as much Escape the Pizzaplex.
The trailer over and over again, looking for something that connected this game to the weird reagent we've been analyzing. And guys, I think I found something big. In this trailer, there is a new character, Dolly the nurse. Well, I say new. We've actually heard from Dolly before. During the first 8...
Why'd I say I'd man?
minigame in Help Wanted 2, there's a voice that speaks to us over the intercom that, in the game files, is referred to as Carnival Nurse.
That's also actually in the subtitles.
Which takes place in the 1970s.
Yeah, I made that connection too, yeah.
Mimic. And now, we get to see her firsthand in all...
I mean, I'm not sure that she's literally the same nurse, but I do think that they're meant to be connected, or like the Carnival Nurse in Help Wanted 2, that's meant to be like a future version of her, but they could very well just be the same animatronic. If the Carnival Nurse is an animatronic at all, and not just a voice.
Do you notice anything familiar about her? The thing on her back might just look like a normal backpack, but coming from the backpack are a pair of hoses. Hoses that then connect to Dolly's
As soon as he brought up Dolly, I was like, oh yeah, there's a gas tank on her back.
Reagent. The reason we are being shown the reagent now, just like the
Is it on our hands? Yeah, kind of.
Reagents. The reason we are being shown the reagent now is because we were being prepped for the new character that was about to be introduced, Dolly, who has a similar design feature and therefore a similar function. And that connection has some wild implications.
I mean,
because
maybe.
if the reagent is using a gas that helps prepare human kids for remnant creation like we suspect, that would mean that Dolly is doing the same thing. In 1970, the
I'm sorry,
agent
what?
is using a gas has some wild implications. Because if the reagent is using a gas that helps prepare human kids for remnant creation like we suspect, that would mean that Dolly is doing the same.
I mean, I don't think that's what the reagent is for. Like, yes, it kills kids, but I don't think that it's literally meant to be for the remnant thing. Like, I think he's literally just trying to kill anything.
Same thing.
That's in the piece of flex.
1979.
I don't know.
What? How? Remnant came up.
Also, not necessarily. Like, they don't literally have to be the same. Like, they don't literally have to be the same function. Like, sure, they could both have gas, but that doesn't mean that Dolly's gas is there for the same purpose as the reagent. Like, if the reagent is there for remnant, which he doesn't have to be, but even if he is, that doesn't mean that Dolly has to be too. Like, Dolly's gas could serve a completely different purpose.
About as the result of Afton's experimenting with the animatronics after his son died and he committed the missing children's incident. Now I'm saying it exists 4 years before his son even died? That can't possibly be the case, right? And honestly, at first, I thought so too. But the more I thought about it, the more I realized that this change actually lines up with a number of other predictions we've made recently about the start of the FNaF timeline. In my first Secret of the Mimic theory, I spoke a lot about Fall Fest, Fazbear's circus that ran throughout the 70s and 80s. Thanks to some tweets from the developers and my love of Shakespearean theatre, I was able to infer that Charlie's death and the missing children's incident were not Afton's first rodeo. He'd actually been killing kids for a long time. But what if it wasn't just the killing that had been going on for a long time, but the experimentation as well? In earlier parts of the franchise, it felt like Afton was always the businessman, while Henry was the animatronic genius. But as time went on, we were shown that actually William was also a bit of a scientific genius himself.
Well, I think he always was. It was just that for Freddy's, like, Henry was the primary one that was making the animatronics, and Afton just had his own thing going on.
However, in the fourth closet, he tells us that there is a crucial difference between him and Henry's designs, something he called the spark of life. Henry was able to make his animatronics feel alive, something Afton was unable to achieve on his own. But he was desperate to figure it out. So why wouldn't he begin experimenting, trying to figure out how to get life into his animatronic creations? Back in my initial theory, I didn't really have much of an explanation as to why Afton was killing all those years ago, other than he was just a bad man. But this would actually give it...
I still feel like he doesn't have to have been killing that long. Like, he definitely could have been, but I also don't think that it would have been for Remnant, because I think the reason that, like, because he's looking for Remnant because he wants immortality. And I think that if he wanted immortality all the way back then, it would be kind of weird. I mean, it wouldn't be weird for him to want immortality all the way back then, but there hasn't really been any indication yet, and this could obviously be the indication. I just don't see enough evidence for it, because like I said, the Dolly thing, her gas doesn't have to be for the same thing that the reagent's gas is for, and that's even if the reagent's gas is for anything to do with Remnant. Like, it doesn't have to be, but even if it is, Dolly's doesn't have to be either, you know?
Some level of purpose. He's not killing aimlessly or for fun. He's doing it because he needs to beat Henry. I also theorized recently...
How many ads are there?
apparently that Afton always had an accomplice in his murders. Based on the inclusion of a plush baby luring us to be killed by a yellow rabbit in Return to the Pit, which took place in 1985, I concluded that we were being shown that Baby has always been there to assist Afton, even as far back as Fall Fest. I wondered if maybe Secret of the Mimic would reveal what that looked like. And well, Dolly could be the one I was looking for. She does have some very similar design features to Baby, from the Funtime split face to the arm joints being almost identical to Baby's. Even the medical symbol in the middle of her midsection looks similar to the fan that Baby has in her midsection. Plus, they're both voiced by Heather Masters. It's a small thing that we can't put too much weight on, but I figured it was worth mentioning. Dolly would also be...
I mean, I don't remember exactly what he said in that Circus Baby theory, but I remember not agreeing with it, but I could kind of see that, though. Like, that's a decent idea.
Perfect accomplice for Afton during the Fall Fest Carnival era. He'd be able to hide all his murders in a medical tent out of sight where regular people aren't able to go. He'd have all the medical tools he could possibly need, and in 1979, no one's gonna question the nitrogen gas canisters because nitrous oxide, i.e. laughing gas, was still used in medical practices until the mid-80s. And the cherry on top of all of this is that if I'm right, it massively changes Afton's entire motivation during the original series of games, and the oh so famous line that he gives his son before he dies: "I will put you back together." This line has often been used as Afton's main driving force. From here, he would go on to kill some kids and learn about the secrets of Remnant. But I remember when we were writing our Ultimate Timeline, we kinda had to fudge the evidence a bit when it came to how he knew that killing kids would be the solution. The best we could come up with is that he'd seen it in characters like Baby or the puppets, all of which makes that line more of a hope, a desperate father just trying to save his son.
Yeah, I've always thought it was Charlotte, and I still do. But personally, I think that Charlotte died before the bite victim, and I don't think that the bite victim was Afton's motivation at all. So, yeah. But, like, that doesn't really affect the theory overall, though.
This line becomes a certainty. The reason Afton knew he'd have to kill the missing children and put them into suits is because, by this point, he'd have some pretty solid understanding of how it worked. He'd been experimenting with souls and possession and Remnant for the last 4 years. When he sees his dying son, he tells him it's going to be okay, and that he'll put him back together because he knows it's possible. He just needed some more test subjects like he'd had all the way back in 1979. But in just over a month, the day of reckoning is coming. Secret of the Mimic is finally going to release, and the past 2 years of theorizing is going to be put.
You say just over a month? He releases less
after
there's less than a month left.
So make sure you subscribe so you don't miss that announcement. But until then, guys, remember, that's just a theory. A game theory! Thanks for watching.
World premiere on Game Theory.
FNAF's main villain has been keeping...
Alright, well, I don't really agree with the idea, but, like, I kind of get where he's coming from in a way. I think there's some decent stuff in the theory, but I think that overall it's kind of just, like, a little bit of a stretch in a lot of ways. But, yeah. That was all for this reaction. Next up... Did I stop recording before? I don't think I did. Oh, no, I didn't. Yeah, it's fine, though. I can just turn that one recording into 2 videos. It's fine. Alright. Next one is the Ultimate Midnight Motorist Theory by FNaF. Alright. I know nothing about this video. I literally do not know what he's going to say. I see Fruity Maze. Alright. So... FNaF, the Ultimate Midnight Motorist Theory, 24 minutes and 50 seconds. It's going to be a long reaction. Alright, let's go. 2 years ago.
Gregory? I got your message.
Scott Cawthon? I have things to say. Stay. Stay for a second. Scott Cawthon. Midnight Motorist? We need to talk. Uh-oh, God. No, Scott. Wait. I've spent the last 2 years of my life dedicated to figuring out the biggest mystery in all of Five Nights at Freddy's, Midnight Motorist. And in this video, I'm gonna share everything that I found. This is by far the most comprehensive FNaF breakdown I've ever made. Let's get started. Midnight Motorist is one of 3 lore-heavy minigames in FNaF 6, with the other 2 being Fruity Maze and Charlie's Death minigame. FNaF 6 is the most lore-heavy game in the franchise, and that's on purpose. In the interview Dawko did with Scott Cawthon, Scott stated that FNaF 6 was made explicitly to answer questions regarding the story.
That was a game that was born out of necessity because I needed to kind of bring a conclusion to several events from the series.
This means that the most vague and mysterious minigame in all of FNaF came from a game that was supposed to tie up loose ends. And as ironic as that is,
and then it ended up being more
confusing. It makes me wonder what Scott was thinking when he made this minigame. Did he intend for it to be this big mystery, or is he genuinely shocked that the community is still trying to figure it out? In a
Starting early today.
game that does answer a ton of questions, shocked that the community is still trying to figure it out. In a game that does answer a ton of questions regarding the story and gives a satisfying and epic conclusion to everything, Midnight Motorist is virtually the only thing in the game that feels unsolvable, and it's because of how random it is. The minigame takes place directly after Charlie's death. Afton pulls up to the pizzeria, kills Charlie, and speeds off. Midnight Motorist is showing us where he sped off to. We know this because the minigame is labeled later that night in the game files. The minigame shows Afton driving
and we also
back home.
know now that it absolutely is Afton, which I already kind of thought was obvious, especially because of Curse of Dreadbear and like the whole Afton house on the hill, and then you looking at that, turning the car lights purple. So I always kind of thought that it was pretty clear that it was Afton, but there was confirmation with, I think, 5 Laps at Freddy's, because there was a Spring Bonnie head in like a Midnight Motor or something like that, right?
But before he gets there,
so yeah, we know it was Afton.
A clearing in the woods containing a mound of dirt and a bar called Junior's that he was apparently kicked out of. You can even see the bouncer standing at the entrance, who promptly tells Afton, "Come on, you know you can't be here. Don't make this more difficult than it has to be." This is the part of the minigame that makes the most sense. Scott was giving us important context to Charlie's death by showing that Afton was under the influence when he killed her, possibly explaining why her death was so sloppy and spontaneous. Afton then eventually finds his way home, walks in the door, and is met with someone watching TV. The person says to Afton, "Leave him alone tonight. He had a rough day." Afton then goes to the bedroom only to find that it's locked. Quote, "I told you not to close your door. This is my house. He can't ignore me like that. I'll find a way in from the outside." He then goes outside to find that he escaped through the window, along with some animatronic footprints next to the bushes. Afton then says, "Ran off to that place again. He will be sorry when he gets back." Then the minigame ends. Even with the full context of the minigame, there's a whopping 5 big questions left unanswered. Who is the person watching TV? Who is the runaway? What was buried in the middle of the woods? Where did the runaway run off to? And why are there animatronic footprints by the bushes? In order to
I'm just gonna pause here and give my thoughts on everything. So first, who's watching TV? I'm still a believer that this is Michael. Because, well, he's wearing it's a person wearing a gray shirt, and a lot of people say that also he's watching TV just like Michael does, but obviously watching TV isn't a character trait, but I feel like it just makes the most sense because I think the runaway is the bite victim, because I think that the thing about Midnight Motorist is it's not just a random minigame, and it's not just supposed to take place after Charlotte's death for some reason. I think it's trying to tell us why the bite victim is afraid of the animatronics. And it also gives the opportunity for Afton to punish him for running away, because then it gives him, not only does Afton get to experiment on him with the fear gas, but also he punishes his son for running away. So then the bite victim ends up experiencing the fear experiments, and we know that he went through the nightmares at some point, because in the survival logbook, next to an image of Nightmare Fredbear that Michael drew, he says, or the Faded text asks the bite victim, "Do you have dreams?" Indicating that although Michael was the player of FNaF 4, the bite victim did see the nightmares at some point. So what that indicates is that the bite victim was in the experiments. And also, we know that he was afraid of the animatronics. So was it just because of the experiments? Maybe. But if that's the case, why was he in the experiments in the first place? And this has Afton wanting to punish his son for running away. So it gives that opportunity. It allows him to give him a way to punish him, and it gives him like just it gives him a reason to too. Like, he doesn't have to have this. That doesn't have to be the way that he punished him, but it just gives a reason for us to know rather than just leaving it kind of open-ended. And so if the bite victim is the runaway, then that indicates that this guy has to be Michael. It doesn't have to be, again, because some people suggest it's like Mrs. Afton, but personally I believe that Mrs. Afton is dead, and I believe that she's probably the person in the mound. Because there's a lot of like books and stuff that have just this whole thing where a guy is a single father, and he has like some type of tool to like watch over his kid. A lot of those things are about a nice, loving father, sure, but the way that it works, it just reminds me a lot more of the Fredbear plushie and watching over his son and talking through it, like with Simon in The Real Jake, with the tag-along Freddy in The Cliffs, stuff like that. So, sure, the dad doesn't really, like, resemble Afton, but the situation resembles the Afton family more. So it indicates more to me that that in those stories, because there's no mother, either she's dead or she's not in the picture. I personally think she's dead because there's also the whole thing with Renelle in the novels. Her father is a man who is experimenting with Remnant. He has a business partner, and then that business partner dies by his creation, just like Henry in the books. And that was Talbert, and Taggart is the guy that experiments with Remnant, and his wife is dead. So, and then after his wife dies, he delves into his work. So my idea is that Afton, his wife dies, or maybe they divorce and then he gets her killed or something like that. And then after that, it kind of pushes him to, I guess, investigate the idea of immortality, because maybe he just doesn't want to die, something like that, I don't know. And then that results in then his wife getting buried in the mound. And then after that, that's why he starts experimenting with Remnant and stuff. So in that case, if that's what happens, then the wife can't be the guy sitting on the couch. And then because it's a gray shirt guy, and because they're watching TV, it just makes sense to be Michael. As for why he's trying to defend the bite victim, just because you bully your brother doesn't mean that you don't care about him. Like, I'm the youngest of 3 kids. My brother's 5 years older than me. Yeah, you should see the shit that like happened with me and my siblings when I was younger. Now, obviously, I have a great relationship with them, and even back then, like we still loved each other, but like they were assholes. But also, so was I, you know. So, it just because you bully your younger sibling doesn't mean you don't care about them. And also, there's this whole thing. A lot of people believe that a lot of like older siblings have this complex where it's like, nobody's allowed to bully their younger son their younger sibling except them. So it's like they will bully their sibling, but if someone else is bullying their sibling, they'll beat the shit out of that guy, you know? And as for him like talking back to Afton, I feel like that doesn't matter that much, because I think the whole point here is the fact that Afton ignores Michael. So Michael can talk back to his father, and either he'll get the shit beaten out of him, and then then maybe he can divert the attention away from the bite victim, and he would get beaten up instead of his brother, and then he will have successfully protected his brother. Or he knows that Afton will probably just ignore him, so he's just making an attempt in general to get him to stop, but he just knows that it's not going to work anyway. And if it does work, then he'll get beaten up. So it's like, it works either way. I think that works fine. As for the footprints, I'm a believer that that's like Shadow Freddy. Because this is the night when Charlotte dies. And personally, I think that both of the Shadow animatronics were created from Charlotte dying. I think that Shadow Bonnie, because of like the whole thing with in FNAF AR, the remnant and like the dark remnant and stuff, it makes like whisper sounds. So I think, and that's where Shadow Bonnie appears. So in the epilogues of Frights, the puppet mask, whispers come from that mask. So although whispers aren't like a definitive character trait, I think that it makes sense for Charlotte to have some connection with Shadow Bonnie, especially since in FNAF 3, Shadow Bonnie is seen trying to put the pieces of the minigames together for Happiest Day. And sure, it's not like Balloon Boy or Golden Freddy are literally putting the pieces together, but the fact that Shadow Bonnie is kind of like teleporting between all the minigames, it's like he has control here in some way. So that to me indicates maybe he actually is a character. Or like a character like actually here. Like it's literally Shadow Bonnie doing it. So that to me indicates maybe Shadow Bonnie is like a good spirit trying to help the kids. And he has some connection with Charlotte. So then he could be created from the agony of her dying. As for Shadow Freddy, we know from Ultimate Custom Night, from Nightmare's voice line, that he is William's wickedness made of flesh. Which basically means that he's made from Afton's like anger and all that. And we know Nightmare is Shadow Freddy from the FNAF 4 files. So it works for Shadow Freddy to be created from his anger and stuff when he does kill Charlotte. And the reason that it's Shadow Bonnie and Shadow Freddy, because I think that Charlotte died at Fredbear's, and those are the two animatronics that were there, right? So yeah, I think that it makes sense that Shadow Freddy, after Afton killed Charlotte, was created and then went to the Bite Victim's window. And then because the Bite Victim liked Fredbear, which we know because he has the Fredbear plushie, he stands at the window, and the Bite Victim maybe thinks that Shadow Freddy is Fredbear. And that also explains the thing that that Scott wrote on the website in the FNAF 4 days of what is seen in shadows is easily misunderstood in the mind of a child. So he sees Shadow Freddy in the shadows, thinks it's Golden Freddy, misinterprets it, misunderstands it. So then Shadow Freddy lures him away, probably to Fredbear's. Maybe he even sees Charlotte's dead body and thinks that Fredbear killed her. That explains why he's so afraid of Fredbear. And then Afton gets home, punishes him, makes him go through the fear experiments, and then, yeah, then he ends up being afraid of the animatronics, and then he dies because of that. So you're saying he liked Fredbear at one point? Yeah, we know he did, because he has the plushies and stuff. But he's afraid of the animatronics. He wouldn't have a plushie of the animatronic that he's so afraid of if he was always afraid of him. He was clearly a fan of him at some point, and then something happens. He saw something, as we know from FNAF 4, that caused him to become afraid of them. So yeah, that's my full opinion on Midnight Motorist. It's Afton going home, going past Michael, ignoring him, and then finding that the Bite Victim ran away from home, following Shadow Freddy to Fredbear's Family Diner. And that's what I think. And the reason that it exists, it's to show that Afton was drunk when he killed Charlotte, and it shows how Shadow Freddy was created from Charlotte's death, and then it shows why the Bite Victim is afraid of the animatronics, and gives a reason for Afton to punish him by putting him in the fear experiments. So it does answer a lot in this case. Obviously, this is my theory. I could be completely wrong about it. I'm not saying I'm completely right. I'm just giving my full opinion. You guys can, by all means, disagree. I'm just saying this is my personal opinion. But there's 22 minutes left of this video, so maybe he'll sway me. You never know. And if not, then I'll explain what I disagree with, why I disagree with it. I won't just, like, brush past everything, obviously. I won't just be like, oh, I think he's wrong because I think I'm right. I mean, like, I'll give reasons for why I think certain things. And, like, some things I might not have, like, something against the idea, other than just, like, I think my idea could be stronger. And that's not, like, me saying he has to be wrong. It's just me saying, like, I prefer this idea over this idea, but I understand where you're coming from, basically. So we all have our own beliefs, so let's continue, and I will find out what his are.
Who is the person watching TV? Who is the runaway? What was buried in the middle of the woods? Where did the runaway run off to? And why are there animatronic footprints by the bushes? In order to answer these questions, we're gonna do something a little bit different. Let's look at this minigame from the perspective of the developer, starting with the person watching TV. When Scott made this part of the minigame, he likely started with this, a blank room with nothing in it. He then knew he wanted to add a specific character to the room, likely a member of the Afton family. Scott then decided to add 3 details to help us better understand who this is. He had the person sit and watch TV, wear a gray shirt, and talk with gray text. These are all traits that belong to Michael Afton.
Yeah.
In FNaF 4, Michael wears a gray shirt, uses gray text, and in Sister Location is known for going home, sitting on a chair, and watching TV.
Exactly.
The only 3 details we get about this character perfectly line up with Michael. But if this is Michael Afton, who is the boy who escaped out his bedroom window? Well, by process of elimination, it has to be the only boy left in the Afton family, the crying child. Need more proof?
Yes.
In FNaF 4, we learned that Michael Afton is in charge of babysitting the crying child. And in that game, we constantly see them home alone together, just like we see in Midnight Motorist. Also, one of the main things we learn about the crying child comes from one of the very first lines we get in FNaF 4. Quote, "What did he do this time? He locked you in your room again." Whenever Michael wasn't terrorizing his younger brother, he would constantly lock him in his room. And what do we see in Midnight Motorist? Michael and the crying child home alone with Michael watching TV while the crying child is locked in his room,
yeah.
matching perfectly with everything we learned from FNaF 4. So far, we've answered 2 questions with some pretty solid evidence to back them up. But we still have 3 questions left, with the next one being a big one. What is the pile of dirt in the clearing? This random pile of dirt has driven me nuts for over 7 years now, and in my opinion, it is the biggest mystery in all of FNaF. Here's why.
Really?
Unlike other parts of Midnight Motorist, there's literally nothing to connect this pile of dirt back to. The person sitting in the living room had specific...
I think it's just meant to be that Afton killed somebody and buried them there. Or someone died that Afton knows and he buried them there. The question is just, where does he bury them? Or sorry, who is he burying? And why does he bury them there? Because it's close to his house, so if it's discovered, then he'll be found. It might just be like I said, that Afton's wife died, and then he buried her there. I don't think the dirt pile means anything. I think it means something, but I don't think it's too important. I think it's just meant to be someone died and Afton buried them.
Traits that connected directly back to...
If the runaway was Michael, I think it would make sense that it's the bite victim's body. If the runaway is the bite victim, then I think it makes sense that it's the Mrs. Afton's body, because she probably dies, in my opinion.
Michael Afton. The runaway, there's literally nothing to connect this pile of dirt back to. The person sitting in the living room had specific traits that connected directly back to Michael Afton. The runaway has specific traits that connect it right to the crying child. This pile of dirt has nothing.
That yes to credit.
Connect it right to the crying child. This pile of dirt has nothing. Every time the pile of dirt is mentioned in official FNaF media, it's referred to as a secret grave. And I think the community has collectively agreed that that's what it is.
Yeah.
Someone or something was buried here. And since we have basically nothing to go off of, let's once again look at this from the perspective of the developer. When Scott was making Midnight Motorist, he knew he wanted to add this grave. But instead of putting it in a cemetery or a hill by a tree like we see at the end of the game, he put it in the middle of the woods, clearly intending it to be hidden. The fact that the grave is so hidden and quote secret implies that whatever was buried here is part of some sort of crime, or at least something that someone wants to cover up. So in order to figure out whose grave this is, let's go through the list of crimes in this franchise. First, we have Charlie. Maybe after her death, Afton decided to cover it all up by burying her body in the middle of the woods. But we know that's not the case because we literally see Afton drive away after the murder, leaving her body outside in the rain. So we know it's not Charlie. Another popular theory in the community is that this is where the crying child was buried. But like we established earlier, the crying child is likely the runaway, so he would still be alive at this point. So the crying child is also off the table. I've heard some people say that this could be the grave of Mrs. Afton, but that feels a little too random. Not only is there no mention of Mrs.
I think it just
Afton
depends
on
what you believe.
There's only one vague mention of her existence at all. In the TV show Immortal Girl and the Restless from Sister Location, we do seem to get a parallel to Mr. and Mrs. Afton in Vlad and Clara, but that's literally it. Mrs. Afton isn't very
Yeah, the idea in Midnight Motorist is that they're divorced, right? But the thing is, if you look at, sorry, if you look at the retro CDs in Security Breach, there's the whole thing with Vanessa's backstory, where her father, William, he divorced his wife, and then in court, forced Vanessa, or maybe, like, meant to be Elizabeth, or the bite victim, or somebody, he got somebody, one of his kids, to talk badly about his mother in court so that he can get custody. And then after that, apparently, Vanessa's mom something, which implies she killed herself or something like that. So her death was Afton's fault. And then after that, Afton maybe finds her and then he kills her. Another thing that could actually lead to that is in Midnight Motorist itself, we know that we're playing as William Afton. We know that for a fact now because of 5 Laps at Freddy's. But the house is completely different to the FNaF 4 house. Like the Afton house in the FNaF 4 minigames. So why is it different? Clearly because it's a different house, right? There's no Fredbears around the Midnight Motorist house, so it's not just like a different design. It's just a different house completely. So the idea could be that maybe they divorced. Mrs. Afton moved out, maybe into the clearing in the forest. She lived there, and then she killed herself. Afton found her body, and then buried her nearby, and then he just took the house too. So he just has multiple houses. Or he just bought it, because like he's the founder, one of the co-founders of Fazbear Entertainment, so he probably has a decent amount of money. So I think that works pretty well.
satisfying and doesn't have much to back it up, so she's out of the running. Next up, we have Elizabeth. I actually really like the idea of it being Elizabeth's grave, because her death was a freak accident entirely caused by William. Not only that, we know that Afton actively tried covering it up. When Elizabeth died and Circus Babies closed, Afton hid the truth from the public by saying that the restaurant closed down due to gas leaks. So it would totally make sense that Afton would want to hide her body. But
personally, I think that Elizabeth died after the bite victim and before the missing children incident. So if that is the case, then it can't be her either, because she wouldn't be dead yet by this point. But then that also begs the question of where she is in Midnight Motorist. So like, it could be her. I also find it a little bit weird that she would die before Charlotte. It's technically possible, but I find it a little bit weird. And it's also a little bit strange for her body to be buried, because I've always kind of interpreted her death as her being sucked in by Circus Baby. Not sucked in, she's not a vacuum, but her being, like, captured by Circus Baby and just being there. Like, obviously her body could be removed, but I never interpreted it that way. I always kind of thought she just died in the chest and is still in there. Obviously not necessarily the case. She could have been removed. I've just never really thought that she did, but it could be. So if she did die before Charlotte, then the grave could be from her, for sure.
But in order for this to work, Elizabeth would had to have died before Charlie and the crying child. And I just don't see Afton creating animatronics specifically built to capture kids that early in the timeline. So although I do like it, and it could make sense if we get more information, I don't think this grave belongs to Elizabeth. So if you haven't noticed yet, we are quickly running out of dead people. And at this point, I was about to give up. Every answer I could come up with felt unsatisfying because there was no evidence to back it up. So before I gave up, I decided to try one last thing. Actually play the game. But this time, I would really analyze it from the developer's point of view, like we've been doing this whole video. And it was during this one playthrough that I discovered the theory that I'm gonna share with you today. In FNaF 6, there are 3 lore-heavy minigames: Fruity Maze, Midnight Motorist, and Charlie's Death minigame. The first thing I noticed was in order to get the Lore Keeper ending of the game, you need to complete all 3 of these minigames. This is interesting because there are other things you can buy in FNaF 6 that feature lore, such as Candy Cadet and Egg Baby, but those ones aren't required to get the Lore Keeper ending. Scott purposely paired these 3 minigames together. why? Well, we know that the security puppet minigame and Midnight Motorist are directly connected. Midnight Motorist literally takes place directly after Charlie's Death minigame. The minigames are so connected, in fact, that I started asking myself the question, why does Fruity Maze even exist? That may sound odd, but really think about it. The security puppet minigame revealed that Charlie possesses the puppet and gave us more info on how that happened. Midnight Motorist revealed important context behind Charlie's death, showcasing that Afton was under the influence when it happened. It also showed us exactly where he sped off to. Candy Cadet told us the story of 5 things becoming one thing, explaining how all of the spirits ended up in Molten Freddy. Egg Baby gave us Henry's insanity ending speech, which is arguably the biggest lore drop in the entire franchise. All of this stuff is super important to understanding the lore of these games and the franchise as a whole. And then there's Fruity Maze. Fruity Maze tells us the story of how Susie, the kid who goes on to possess Chica, was lured into the back room by Afton. And that's it. This minigame feels odd because it's not required to understand anything. We already knew that Afton lured the kids into the back room, and Scott even reveals Susie's name at the end of the game. The only purpose of the minigame is to show the specifics of how Afton lured Susie into the back room. So that again begs the question, what is the purpose of this minigame? Well, like I said earlier, Scott purposely paired this minigame with Midnight Motorist and Charlie's Death. And just like how Midnight Motorist gives added context to Charlie's Death minigame, I think Fruity Maze gives added context to Midnight Motorist. I actually think all 3 of the minigames are connected to each other. In Fruity Maze, we learn exactly how Afton lured Susie into the back room. It's revealed that Susie's dog had died, and Afton told her, quote, "He's not really dead. He's over here. Follow me." What if I told you that it's not a human buried in the woods in Midnight Motorist, it's Susie's dog? Let me explain. The more you play the Fruity Maze minigame, the more it
actually
starts
works,
to break.
but
First you
actually no, it doesn't, because that requires Susie to have been killed before the bite victim and Charlotte. And although the Help Wanted 2 Grave Order kind of made people more open to the idea of the missing kids being killed before Charlotte, I think if Charlotte died before the bite victim, that doesn't really work. And the missing kids being killed before the bite victim also doesn't really work. For a few reasons. One, Charlotte was killed in 1983, and we know that. Not only from the fourth closet, but also you get the puppet plushie in Help Wanted 2 by typing in 1983 into the keypad. So we know that Charlotte died in 1983. So that requires the missing kids to be killed before the bite victim and in 1983 or sooner. Or not sooner, because Freddy's opened in 1983. So that does require either the Help Wanted 2 Grave Order to not work, or for the missing kids to be just in 1983, which I think doesn't really work just because we know it's in 1985 by now. So it doesn't really work very well in that case. So yeah, I don't think that it being Susie's dog really works either. But I do want to listen to what he says.
You see a bunch of fruit scattered throughout the maze. Then you start to see Susie's dog alongside the fruit. And in the final phase of the minigame, the fruit is gone and we see 3 things. Susie's dog, a mini coffin, and flowers. The music in the minigame then cuts out and you start hearing a car alarm. After the car alarm, you then see Afton show up behind her. The car alarm indicates that Susie's dog was hit by a car, and the coffin and flowers indicate that the dog was buried somewhere. The fact that Afton knows that her dog died, matched with the eerie car alarm playing before Afton shows up, tells me that Afton had something to do with her dog's death. The absolute nail in the coffin for this comes from the final detail we see in this minigame. Randomly scattered throughout the final phase of the minigame among the dead dog, coffin, and flowers is a yellow rabbit digging a hole in the dirt. Scott added a sprite of a yellow rabbit, aka...
I have never noticed that he's digging a hole. Honestly, I don't know what I thought he was doing. I just never realized that. But that's actually pretty good evidence.
William Afton that dug a hole in the ground. And in Midnight Motorist, we see something down the road from Afton's house, buried in the dirt in a clearing right next to the road. Why?
Okay, now, I disagree that the grave would be from the dog, because, like I said, the dog would have died in 1985, right before Susie, not in 1983. Otherwise, what's the point of the date 1985? I think the missing children incident was definitely 1985, not 1983. So this doesn't really work in my opinion. But I do think that that's actually pretty good evidence.
Why did Scott show us the story of how Afton
I agree that Afton killed the dog.
Well, it's because it gives us
and buried it somewhere, but I don't think that's the grave for the dog.
Therefore, connecting all 3 of these minigames as part of the Lore Keeper ending. In all of the FNaF games, this is the only time we've seen anything relating to Afton burying something in the dirt. And it comes from a minigame that was intentionally paired with Midnight Motorist. So now the question becomes, why? Why create this storyline about Susie's dog and then immediately show us where it was buried in the very next minigame? Well, the answer is he did it to establish a timeline. By showing us what happens directly after Charlie gets killed, we're able to see which characters are still alive. In Midnight Motorist, we see that Michael and the Crying Child are still alive directly after Charlie was killed, which means that the Crying Child must die after Charlie. The inclusion of the dirt mound, though, throws a whole new wrench into the timeline. If this mound of dirt was put there to imply that Susie's dog was already dead and buried before Charlie died, that would mean that the missing children's incident likely happened before Charlie and the Crying Child's deaths, effectively making it the first major event in the timeline. This goes against pretty much every interpretation of the timeline I've ever seen. But for fun, I decided to keep going and see if there's actually evidence to back it up. Could the missing children's incident really be the first event in the timeline? Well, the first thing I thought of was the FNaF 4 minigames. In those minigames, we see the Crying Child walk up to a little girl who says, quote, "You'd better watch out. I hear they come to life at night. And if you..."
There's definitely some evidence out there for this, for the missing children incident being before the Bite of 83. But I think by now it's pretty clear that the missing children incident is 1985, so it doesn't really work very well.
Die, they hide your body and never tell anyone. This is odd because the commonly believed year of the missing children's incident is 1985, and we know that this minigame takes place in 1983. That means that the rumors of kids being stuffed into animatronics existed
timeline-wise
in 1983,
and it would be really nice
and
helpful,
which would line up with the
really
missing children's incident being the first.
I do think that he has pretty good evidence
While
for it, though.
replaying FNaF 6, I also noticed a weird detail about the Charlie death minigame. One thing about Scott's 8-bit minigames is that they have little to no details. So much so that we don't even know which pizzeria this minigame takes place in.
I think probably
Scott
Fred
really
Bear's.
only adds details that are required to understand the basics of what's going on. So when we get to the part of the minigame where we go outside, you can see that Scott added rain and garbage cans to show that we're on the side of the building. But one other thing he decided to add were posters taped to the walls. This is a common thing you'd see on the side of a building, but what's interesting is the type of poster it is. Scattered on the walls outside of the pizzeria are wanted posters. In a minigame that has little to no detail, Scott took the time to make a wanted poster featuring the outline of a man wearing a hat. Not only that, he scattered the same poster all over the walls. A popular trope in movies and TV shows is—
The thing is, Afton doesn't wear a hat, and he wears a spring Bonnie suit. And we already know that he gets arrested after the missing children incident, meaning there can't be wanted posters for him because he would have already been arrested and then his name would have been cleared. So it doesn't really make sense for those posters to be about him.
Is to hang a
I don't know what they would be about, to be clear.
Posters of the same person all over the
So I get the idea,
it's a way
but
to
I don't know what else it would be.
How important it is for this person to be caught. And it seems that Scott did the same thing here. By putting a bunch of wanted posters outside of a Freddy's restaurant, it's almost like Scott was trying to show us that a criminal having something to do with Freddy's was on the loose when Charlie was killed. And I think that criminal could be William Afton. If Midnight Motorist really is showing us that the MCI happened first, these wanted wanted posters would be a great way to show us through environmental storytelling that William Afton already was a wanted criminal before Charlie got killed. And one of the strongest
yeah, it's just he was arrested immediately.
Actually comes from one voice.
So there would have been no need for wanted posters.
I was the first. I have seen everything.
Chica says, I was the first. I have seen everything. This voice line blows my mind because in a series where Scott has stated that he likes to clear up misconceptions from past games in future games, he decided to add a voice line in the very last FNaF game he ever made that says, I was the first. I have seen everything. This heavily implies that Susie was the first murder in the franchise, which would make sense if the MCI happened first. Another piece of evidence comes from Help Wanted 2, where we see 6 graves for Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, Foxy, Golden Freddy, and the puppet. But there's a specific order that we need to light them in. That order has Chica first, Foxy, Bonnie, Freddy, Golden Freddy, and then the puppet. This matches perfectly.
I've always kind of just said that because Charlotte had to die in 1983 and the missing children incident was 1985, it doesn't make sense for this to be the order at all. And sure, like, what else would the order be? I don't know. But it's also this game itself that tells us that the puppet spirit, Charlotte, was killed in 1983. So it doesn't make sense for it to be immediately going back on that statement, you know? Unless, like he's saying, the missing children incident was just in 1983. But then that just, like, gets rid of 1985 completely. So, like, what's the point of that, you know?
With everything we've discussed so far. Chica was the first, she's seen everything, followed by the rest of the MCI, and then Charlie. All of this stuff shows that there is evidence to back up this timeline of events, which means that this very well could be where Susie's dog was buried. So that's 3 of the 5 questions with a pretty satisfying answer to back it up. But now we get to the actual hardest questions to answer in this minigame. Where did the crying child run off to? And why are there animatronic footprints by the bushes? Unlike the pile of dirt in the clearing, we actually have dialogue we can analyze that's related to the scene. When William Afton comes home to see that his son escaped out his bedroom window, he says, quote, ran off to that place again. He will be sorry when he gets back. The most important part of this dialogue is the word again. Ran off to that place again implies that this is a pattern of behavior. Afton also immediately knows where he ran off to. This isn't the first time the crying child has done this. That then begs the question, where is he running off to? One possible option comes from the Twisted Ones, which released 6 months before FNaF 6. In the book, Charlie gets kidnapped by one of the Twisted animatronics, and her friends are desperately trying to find her. While her friends are looking for her, Shadow Freddy appears in the woods, and her friend says, quote, I don't know what it is, but I think it wants us to follow.
Exactly. And that's not even the only thing that implies that it's Shadow Freddy outside the window. There's also the story You're the Band, which has a shadow which has the shadow go to a kid's window and bring him to a Freddy's location. So it doesn't necessarily have to be Freddy's, as long as it's just like a Fazbear restaurant, that works fine. But the fact that it's Shadow Freddy luring a kid from his window to a Freddy's location, I think that just by itself is great. But then coupling it with the Twisted Ones, and then everything else I was talking about earlier as to like why Shadow Freddy would exist by now, I think it just makes a lot of sense for it to be Shadow Freddy.
Shadow Freddy then lures them directly to Charlie. What Shadow Freddy is and why it did this is never explained in the book, but what if it helps explain Midnight Motorist? What if, just like in the book, Shadow Freddy appeared outside of the crying child's window and lured him to Charlie? In FNaF 4, we're told repeatedly that the reason the crying child is scared of the pizzeria is because he saw something. So what if the thing that he saw was Charlie getting killed outside of the pizzeria? This theory is
not necessarily her getting killed,
and is similar to Ides Fantasy's take.
Not necessarily her getting killed, but finding her body at least.
Crying child in FNaF 4, he is
because if he's either getting killed, then Shadow Freddy can't really exist yet unless he was created from something else completely. Which he could be, but I'm not sure what else it would be.
Terrified of Fredbears. But Midnight Motorist showed us that that wasn't always the case. It turns out that the crying child used to run off to that place all the time. He loved going there until he saw Charlie get killed outside of the pizzeria.
I think he just always went normally, just because he wanted to. And then this time specifically, it was Shadow Freddy that brought him. Otherwise, he would have just stayed home, or he would have gone of his own accord, but him seeing Shadow Freddy itself lured him. So, like, it's not like I don't think that Shadow Freddy did this over and over again, because I don't think he existed before this minigame. I think that the bite victim constantly ran away, but this time in particular, it was because of Shadow Freddy.
I really like this explanation, and it's because it gives a solid reason for why Scott set Midnight Motorist on the same night as Charlie's death. The reason he showed us that the crying child ran off to the pizzeria the same night Charlie was killed was to connect those two events. Midnight Motorist showed us that the crying child wasn't always scared of the pizzeria, while also showing us the night that that all changed. Also, Shadow Freddy luring the crying child to Charlie not only matches up with the Twisted Ones, but also FNaF 3, where we see Shadow Freddy luring the animatronics in the Follow Me minigames. This is a great explanation and is super satisfying, but I do have a few problems with it. In FNaF 4, when the crying child is left alone at Fredbear's, he's told to run towards the exit. But if you try to go further into the pizzeria, you hear, quote, "No, don't you remember what you saw? The exit is the other way. Hurry and leave." This implies that what the crying child saw was further inside of the pizzeria. The crying child wouldn't want to go outside if what he saw was Charlie being killed outside.
Yeah, but this also ties into what I was saying earlier, that he could have thought that Shadow Freddy was Fredbear. So going further inside would mean getting closer to Fredbear. So that explains that away.
Also, 2 months after FNaF 4 came out, Scott gave us 3 clues to help figure out the game, with one of them being what is seen in shadows is easily
and that's also explained by what I just said.
In the mind of a child. This is Scott outright telling us that the crying child didn't actually see anything bad happen, he misunderstood what he saw.
Not necessarily.
There's a reason that
it doesn't necessarily have to be that he didn't see anything bad. It could just be that he misinterpreted exactly what he did see. So he saw something bad, Charlotte's dead body, but he misinterpreted it, thinking that, first of all, Shadow Freddy was Fredbear, and second of all, thinking that Fredbear killed her.
After we get the line, "Don't you remember what you saw?" we see this Easter egg. An employee in the shadows of the back room putting on a Bonnie suit. The crying child saw this and thought someone was being stuffed into a suit. This is why he wants to leave the pizzeria and is scared of the animatronics. When confronted with one, he's told, quote, "It's too late. Hurry the other way and find someone who will help. You know what will happen if he catches you." That "he" is clearly referring to the Fredbear mascot that just appeared in front of him. So although I way and find someone who will help, you know what will happen if he catches you. That "he" is clearly referring to the Fredbear mascot that just appeared in front of him.
Yes.
So
the idea here in this case would be that he didn't want to go further into Fredbear's because he didn't want to get closer to Fredbear, and then out the exit there's another Fredbear, so he has to go further into Fredbear's because even though there is another Fredbear there, better than being right next to this one, you know.
Of the theory of crying child being lured by Shadow Freddy and witnessing Charlie's death, it's not perfect. Speaking of things not being perfect, this whole theory isn't perfect. Susie's dog being buried in the clearing and the MCI being the first event in the franchise has evidence to back it up. But time and time again, in the Silver Eyes trilogy, Fazbear Frights, and the Into the Pit game, Scott has established that the MCI happened in 1985, making it impossible for it to be the first event in the timeline. You could argue that those books and the Into the Pit game take place in a different continuity, but with how many times Scott
besides
has
Silver
stuck
Eyes.
with that
Silver Eyes
gear,
does,
I
but-
doubt he would change it for the main games. And with that, the entire theory falls apart. But that's kind of the point of this video. I wanted to show you the process of what it's like to theorize about this minigame. From getting excited about finally finding some solid answers with solid evidence to back them up, to finding the one or two things that make it all fall apart.
Yeah, it makes
the theory
sense.
I shared with you today does contain my best guesses for what this minigame was trying to show us. But at the same time, I don't believe all of it. I love the idea of Susie's dog being buried in the clearing. I even decided to look this up to see if anyone's thought of this before, and it turns out a couple people have. But in order for this to work, the MCI can't happen in 1985, and I believe it does. I also don't think the Graves in Help Wanted 2 are showing us a death order. I think they're probably showing us the order the spirits moved on. In the Happiest Day
maybe.
minigame, you can see the
puppet was,
MCI
like,
victims'
last.
masks drop first.
I mean, I don't think it's that they moved on in this order, because I think that they all move on at the same time, but it takes longer for them to be able to move on, I think.
Charlie's then dropping last, matching with the grave order. The thing is, it feels like Scott's been trying to give us answers for this minigame for years now. There's multiple stories in Fazbear Frights about a kid being lured out of their house by an animatronic and taken to Freddy's. We also recently got the Midnight Motorist level in 5 Laps at Freddy's, which confirmed Afton is the Orange Man. And finally, we have the FNaF movie, where Scott literally showed us a version of Midnight Motorist playing out in real time. During the night, Golden Freddy shows up to Abby's house, where we see someone sitting in a chair watching TV and Abby in her room. Golden Freddy then sneaks Abby out of her house and takes her to Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. And the funny thing is that this could also work in the games. Just like Abby, the crying child is also being taken care of by his older brother Mike. The crying child also has a close relationship with his plushies, just like Abby. Abby calls the animatronics her friends in the movie. The crying child calls his Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, and Foxy plushies his friends in the games. The crying child could easily be friends with the animatronics. And Midnight Motorist could be Golden Freddy sneaking the crying child out of his house at night to go hang out at the pizzeria, just like in the movie. But like we established earlier, this would only make sense if the MCI happened first, which seems unlikely. Midnight Motorist is one of the biggest mysteries in all of FNaF because of its extreme lack of detail and lack of things to connect it back to. And this could very well be on purpose. In the recent interview Daco did with Scott, he talked about how he makes his games.
You know, whenever I'm making these games, there are a lot of things that are in my head that are just flowing ideas. And when I have them and put them there, it's the first half of something. It's like a string or a rope just like reaching out, and I know that what's there on the other end is there. I trust that it's there. I know that it's there. And then whenever I progress forward, the rest of that just reappears. The rest of it appears and just fits into place perfectly. That's how all my games have been made. I feel that there is something there, and I make the roads to get there for that to be revealed.
Scott loves foreshadowing and laying the groundwork for something to be explained later. So Midnight Motorist could be Scott giving us the first half of something with the rest being revealed later on. Who knows? This minigame is a great representation of FNaF as a whole. There are so many ways you can make everything work, but you can't achieve that without filling in some big gaps in the story yourself. At least for now. Subscribe if you enjoyed, and thanks for watching.
Alright, good video. I like a lot of the stuff he said. He had some issues with the Shadow Freddy idea, and then I offered my solutions for it. But yeah, that was my idea. And that was his idea. And a bunch of his ideas. And me giving my idea, and why I disagree with some, and why I agree with others. Anyway, that was all for that reaction. So, what now? Alright. Swap over. Alright, let's see. What else can I do right now? I don't want to end stream yet. Whoops. I hiccuped. What do I mean, whoops? Okay. I don't like the hiccups. Steel Wool video? What, the MCM? I already did that. Already watched MCM, already watched the game theory. So, I've done everything that I wanted to do. So now I gotta just find what to do next. I will be right back. I'm gonna go to the washroom, and then we'll figure it out once I'm done. So yeah, be right back. I'm back. I just sent a couple messages in group chat asking if anybody wants to VC and talk about FNaF stuff. And I can minimize that, move this back to this side, delete this tab. See if anyone responds. So what you guys talking about? I'm on my way of believing that Frights as a whole is in the games. The problem with that is what we found. The biggest problem is something that's mentioned in the story, that they're working on getting a phone system in. Like into the, what's it called? Into Fazbear Frights, or Fazbear's Fright. They're trying to get a phone system in. And they do that. Sorry, they don't do that yet by the time of Springtrap appearing. But in the games, Springtrap appears on night 2, after the phone system is already installed on night 1 at the absolute latest, because we hear a phone call on night 1. Meaning there has to be something. Sorry, there has to be a phone system there before Springtrap appears, but in what we found there isn't. That's the main problem with what we found being in the games. So I don't think it's possible for all of the stories from Frights to be in the games, but I do believe a lot of them are. What else? Prankster? Is that what we're talking about? I have a problem with Prankster. It's like it's meant to be the same Jeremy as in Help Wanted, but it doesn't feel like they match up. Yeah, not really. Like, the thing is though, Tape Girl mentions in the book, or sorry, in the game, that there's multiple development teams, and she's mentioning that their work is getting handed off to another company. Like, because she's working for Silver Parasol, or either that or we are, and she's working for somebody else before Silver Parasol. Meaning there's multiple different development teams, and so Jeremy's might just be one of the, Jeremiah's might just be one of the ones before Tape Girls, right? And there's also a possibility that maybe there's just, like maybe what we found, not what we found, In the Flesh is even that too. Like, it could be in the games. And it could just be like the game kept getting overhauled, like as the new development teams came in. I doubt In the Flesh is, and I doubt Prankster is too, but it's very possible. It's not out of the question. Could just be a different Jeremy. The MCI kid, it clearly isn't the guard, so it wouldn't be the first time there's multiple Jeremys. Yeah, I agree, yeah. Nathan or Michael? Who the fuck is Nathan? I think what we found is a canon. I agree. Same goes for Fazgoo and In the Flesh, and maybe Prankster. In the Flesh and Prankster, I agree, but Fazgoo has to be because he told me everything mentions the mill, and Into the Pit has the mill, closed down 3 years ago. Meaning that he told me everything and Into the Pit are connected, so Fazgoo is in the games, if Stitchline Games is true. I'm gonna ping everybody because nobody's responding. I believe what we found is meant to be alongside FNaF 3. I've been convinced by somebody it is. Hunts is the real guy, Mike is the one in the fake office. Yeah, like, I've heard that theory before, but that doesn't fix the phone system problem. And the phone system, like, there's no real way to rectify that unless you literally just ignore it. I hate the idea that Tails game is not true. I agree. I think it definitely is true. You told me everything. The puppet cover are both connected in that case because the puppet cover also contains Fazgoo. Yeah, I agree. I wonder if any game characters are actually Fazgoo clones. Lol. I hope not. or at least, okay, it's fine if they are, but as long as there's no, I hope there's no main characters that are, in a way that it would just completely change how we look at them. Like, if we find that the Gregory is a Fazgoo clone, that would be kind of depressing. Actually, that would kind of add up a lot. It's like GGY is the original version. Explains the different ages, too, actually. Sorry. R. Gregory is the original. GGY is the Fazgoo clone. And then the original is dead. Or he's turned into the Fazgoo. And then the GGY ends up transforming with the Fazgoo again. Turning him back into the real one. So GGY turns back into Fazgoo. And then real Gregory turns into the, what's it called? Oh yeah, I forgot to start recording again. Maybe I'll turn this into a video too. But yeah, then the real one turns into, well, the real one was the Fazgoo, and then he turns back into the real one. And that's why the age is inconsistent, because he's just a different version of him. He reverts back to his original age, like from before he turned into the Fazgoo clone. I doubt it, but, you know, technically it's possible. Honestly, I feel like Gregbot is more believable than that. You could have it be similar to Charlie in the books, where there's just multiple of them, and because there's the baby one, or like the toddler one, the tween one, like the kid one, the teenager one, and then there's the adult one. So you could have R. Gregory be the kid one, and that would cut off at 12, and then 13 would be the teenager one. So you could have it so that R. Gregory is the 12-year-old one, and then he stops aging, because, well, he stops aging because he never did in the first place, and then GGY ends up being the teenager one, leaving the kid one behind. So then GGY could still be out there, still causing trouble, but the kid one still exists, and he could still be conscious. So that would explain the age problem too, because they never actually age, they just revert to the next bot. So it's like GGY has all the memories of R. Gregory, and then R. Gregory is just continuing to live, I guess, for some reason. So like that works. Like that could work pretty well. Honestly, if Gregory is a robot, that's probably what I would believe. I don't really have a definitive opinion on that, but I think that it fixes some problems if he is. And it doesn't really cause any actual ones, contrary to what a lot of people think. What a lot of people say. You're going insane? A little bit, yeah. Yeah. Just saying it kind of would work. Fazgoo Gregory. It would be really funny, honestly. No one's responded yet. A headcanon that the plush trap tracer and out of stock is made out of the in the flesh spring trap. I used to think that too. But then I stopped believing it because of the 10th epilogue when we see the creation of it from Eleanor, and it's just her crafting it. So how do we explain Edwin is a contractor in the games? He is in the books too. A contractor is somebody that signs a contract to do work for somebody. That's exactly what Edwin does. His company was bought off by Fazbear Entertainment, so he had to sign a contract to allow that to happen. So yeah. In the Dead by Daylight server VC, I'm here, but not that exciting to talk to him. VC yourself. I reset Discord. What is he saying? Alright. What are you guys saying in chat? What do y'all think of the statement? People saying this Secret of the Mimic trailer doesn't really confirm Tales games. I think it definitely does. I don't think the arguments are very good, especially when you just explain them away, and then people are just like, no. I'm like, okay. Like the line, if you read the book, you don't know the full story. Exactly. Like, there's nothing really that contradicts the books. What? What is he talking about? Are you okay? What is Libra talking about right now? mentioned earlier that you didn't think everyone moved on at the same time and have me say something like that. Can you elaborate on that? I'm just curious. Oh, no, I'm saying that they did move on at the same time. I'm just saying that they were able to move on at different points, and then they finally did at the same time. You can see the puppet mask drop slower than all the rest, but then all the balloons rise at the same time. So the puppet wasn't able to move on immediately, but the kids all waited for her. So they all moved on at the same time. Just their ability to move on happened at different times, basically, is all I'm saying. Statements are that in the books, Edwin's factory is described as moldy, but in the trailer it's in very good condition. We don't even see all of it, to be fair. We don't really see much of, like, what we actually... Like, the rooms that Edwin uses in the story... We don't see much of them in the trailer, if at all. Or at least they don't seem to be those. Libra, are you okay? Okay, so Freb is scaring me. Oh, that's cool. There's a Hex merch coming out for the Secret of the Mimic soon, too. It's cool. It's with the Mimic, Jackie, and Tiger. I'm fine. I'm okay. Just a scratch. Hello? Are you okay?
Hello.
What is up with you, dude?
Impulse 7.
Hello. Shadow Libra.
What's going on?
Hi, Sandwich Man. I'm streaming right now.
Hello, Sandwich. Oh, hello, audience.
Libra's not doing so well, I don't think.
I'm fine.
Are we sure?
I'm great. I am great, starting with a P.
You know, for the record, this VC probably won't last very long because I do have to leave for dinner soon. But like, I have no idea what's actually happening right now with Libra. I think he's going insane.
Listen, this morning, right? I woke up.
Yeah.
And I did
and it all went downhill from there, clearly.
And then after that, I went to my grandmother's house. And she told me that I will never be able to bake cookies as good as hers. And that made me sad.
Okay,
I want to know how to bake cookies too.
Yeah.
So,
of course.
My grandmother said that the best thing I could do for myself is move to Venus. So, I'm trying to figure out how to do that right now.
Are you sure you're not already there? Because it seems like it's frying your brain.
Yeah, I think so too. There might be an alien behind you.
An alien?
There's more than one alien behind
There's
me.
more than one. Okay.
There's my proof right there. So anyway.
So
there's a few aliens.
Sandwich Man, what resident Mimic hater, or how are you feeling about Secret of the Mimic?
I have not kept up too much for various reasons, but I am excited. I do think that it looks pretty good.
Dead by Daylight.
Yeah, I haven't given two shits about that.
I am planning on getting it. I just haven't yet.
Yeah, I will eventually, but I have basically like kind of just been gone from the FNaF community for a little while for various reasons.
Yeah.
Personal and just lost a bit of interest, but
fair enough.
I'm still on VC occasionally chatting about stuff, so
yeah.
Yeah, I'll probably upload videos maybe after the summer. I know it'll be like a year or so. But I mean, that's assuming that college is not going to take up a hell of a lot of time, which it will.
Yeah, I got university too and work, so
yeah.
Starting in September.
You would understand, but
yeah, I mean, I'm just graduating high school now. Like in like a month.
My sister.
In a month, I'm graduating.
I graduate this Sunday. Oh wait, no, sorry, next Sunday. But
my sister graduates next Saturday. Like not tomorrow, the Saturday after that.
Nice, yeah.
But yeah, finishing up school year was crazy. And I've been playing a lot of Minecraft recently, so literally FNaF has been like on the back of my mind. I haven't really cared.
That's fair.
And I mean, yeah. Especially after, never mind. I don't know if I want to talk about that on stream.
You're good.
You probably get it. Yeah,
do you have you seen the MCM archives at all or no?
No, what is that?
You want to watch them right now?
Like, small little Secret of the Mimic.
It's basically like Freddy and Friends, but for Secret of the Mimic.
Oh, sick! Yeah.
Want to watch with us? Want to watch right now? I've seen all three. And we can do
I've also
our.
Seen all three.
Yeah,
I've done videos on all three.
I have as well. I recorded a video on the third one during stream, so I just gotta pull them up.
Okay. So how is it big or small?
It's not.
It's pretty small.
It's not massive,
honestly.
but it's interesting though.
Does it look? Is it cool? All right, let's see it. Are you streaming or?
I will in a second. Yeah.
Okay,
I'll share my screen. I'm just opening them all up.
Okay, Panda Express is really good.
Let's just rewind them all. Panda Express. I've had it a couple times. I'm not a big fan of Chinese food, to be clear, but I do like
Panda
it. I'm not a huge fan of it. Well, yes.
It's like 30% Chinese food.
Yeah, it's not very authentic, but
yeah.
I do like it, but I'm not the biggest fan of it.
Right.
Okay. So I will pull up that and then share my screen. Not that one. This one. There. You guys see?
All right.
See it.
Alrighty.
Indeed.
All right. We got it's a minute and 30 seconds. So let's watch.
Gotcha. All right. Let's see it.
You look terrible. I'm exhausted. So much to do by morning. I'll never be ready for my big presentation. All I want to do is sleep.
Why sleep when you can stay up latte?
Stay up late?
No, latte. It's new, from Murray. Try it.
Oh, distinctive taste. Rich and roasted, yep, creamy and sweet. Give me more.
That's Murray's secret recipe. The Stay Up Latte creates the perfect cup of coffee suited to you, based on your coffee habits.
I know what you want better than you do.
I know what that reference is.
Morning. Did you
Oh, whoa,
stay
what
up
was
all
that?
night?
Don't worry, we'll go back.
I stayed up. Latte. After 2 full pots, I'm ready to work. Promotion, here I come.
That's the Murray difference.
And that's the end.
This is FNaF?
Yup.
What the hell is that?
Yep.
That's 5
Okay,
minutes.
whoa. What was the? Hold on. Well, I gotta see the thing. Yeah.
Don't worry. We'll go back. We're just gonna go back through it. So what's your initial thought of just like what it could indicate?
I have no clue, but first thing I gotta say is that's FNaF.
Yup.
That's FNaF.
Uh-huh.
So when I was playing Five Nights at Freddy's 3 like 10 years ago, I never expected that would be a thing that existed. So
okay, so
that was very fascinating. But
basically,
also I like the coffee. Oh, go ahead.
No, you go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, I was just saying the coffee reference I think is pretty clearly a reference to coffee from like Scott's earlier games in FNaF World, which I like. I think that's pretty cool. But other than that, I have no clue how to process that at all. Like
basically,
I don't even know what's going on.
It's showing things that Edwin made, right? But it's just a question of when he made them and what it means, right?
Sure.
So, before anything else, I just want to bring up this small thing. Right here. This thing right here. It's like just a small thing, like at the beginning of each one.
Right.
And what I've noticed is there's this number here, right? On the bottom right.
Right.
And it changes in each video. It's different in all three.
Okay.
And I remember people talking about how the wall code was found based on something in Freddy and Friends. I have no idea what it was or how, but that's what I heard people talk about. So,
okay.
If Freddy and Friends and this thing are like equivalents, if this is like the Freddy and Friends for Secret of the Mimic, then that would indicate there might be something in these cartoons that are gonna be important for Secret of the Mimic. So with this number changing all the time with each video, I'm thinking it might be some kind of code or something that will be used in Secret of the Mimic.
I wouldn't be surprised. Like they did sort of did that. I mean, the things that they showed got like, I mean, in Freddy and Friends got like progressively more important for the series. I think, right?
Yeah,
I could be wrong.
Yeah, there was like a lot of different like songs and stuff that like related to different stuff.
Right. Yeah. I mean, well, to be fair, Blob was extremely important. That I mean, well, looking back on it, maybe not so much, but that was first. But either way, it's interesting. So he made coffee basically, which here's what I think. If the game ends up coming out and there's like plug in a code and it's like a bunch of letters, then like I assume you would want to plug those in maybe, or I don't know. That's just an idea of what
it's also
it might be.
It's also a 7-digit code and there's a dash after the third number, so it could be like a phone number. That's what I was thinking.
Oh, okay.
Maybe.
Like it's three digits dash and then 4 digits. That's usually like the layout for phone numbers. So like,
and there might be one that like we'll end up calling. It'll have like a voice message or something like that.
Kind of like an Into the Pit. There was phone numbers in Into the Pit too. I wonder.
Alright, you know what? I'll have the numbers written down when Secret of the Mimic comes out, just in case I need to just pull that up quickly.
Imagine we can go back to Into the Pit right now and then use the phone and put these numbers in, and it gives us something.
You could try.
Honestly, maybe, I doubt it'll be anything, but we could try.
I strongly doubt it. I think that if it meant something,
I think it definitely won't.
I
completely
doubt it. Yeah, probably. But yeah, that was one thing that I wanted to know. Also, it's obviously says E. Murray, Edwin Murray.
Right.
No, it stands for Emily Murray.
Oh, like right. My bad. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, they're working together, guys.
So there's a calendar in the background. It's only 5 days. I guess there's no weekends.
Until the party.
We are on Wednesday. So I don't know if that means anything.
Secret of the Mimic actually going to be 5 nights instead of Security Breach, which is 1.
I have no idea. This man has a purple bow tie. This man has a purple bow tie.
I'm exhausted.
Very strange lip movements.
I'll never be ready for my big presentation. All I want to do.
There's this here. Kind of hard to tell what it is, but it looks like some location that will be in Secret of the Mimic, right?
I don't even know if we can.
It's really hard to see.
Do the old FNaF teaser principle stuff where you brighten it up.
Yeah, I tried that, but it's really hard to see because of like the image that's still there. You know.
I was about to say someone's probably done that by now.
Yeah.
Why sleep when you can stay up latte?
Stay up.
No, latte. It's new from Murray.
From Murray.
Try it.
Distinctive taste. Rich and roasted, yet creamy and sweet.
Listen to what the coffee maker says, because it's really important. Listen.
The Stay Up Latte creates the perfect cup of coffee suited to you, based on your coffee habits.
I know what you want better than you do. I am always watching and learning. Have another cup, have another cup, have another cup.
Did you get it?
I'm always watching. Interesting, yeah.
Yeah, I'm always watching and learning.
Was it in Help Wanted 2? Wasn't,
yeah.
Remember in Help Wanted 2 during the like any of the private rooms levels on the camera, it would like randomly say "always watching."
Yes, it did. I forgot about that.
Yeah,
like I am watching
I did
or something, something like that.
Like that just occurred to me as well.
It might be hinting. The program is more extensively used.
Was it I am watching or was it we are watching?
I thought it was just like always watching or something.
It might
like
be
that.
always watching. I don't know. Something like that.
That sounds familiar. He's here and always watching. The one you should not. I'm kidding. No,
Yeah.
guys, coffee, wake me up latte is actually the one you should not have killed.
Love that.
Yeah, we
also,
got it wrong all these years.
There's this thing here. This is, I think it's Dolly, right? The nurse.
Oh, that is Dolly.
People are saying it's Dolly. I don't really see Dolly.
It's hard to tell, but I think like the shape of
the
like
arm.
the arms especially. Yeah.
Maybe
and the
okay.
hat.
Maybe the hat looks like an ear to me. I guess that's why I wasn't seeing Dolly.
There's something on the left too. Can't really tell what that is. It looks like a sign of some kind, but I don't know what.
You want to know what?
You want to know how I got these scars?
No, how I
That's what a great meme that is.
Go on. What were you saying?
Anyway,
my mother.
All I was saying was, I don't know. It kind of looks like Logbook Chica, but I don't. That might be a stretch.
I thought at first that it was a Chica too.
But it would be interesting if they this game ends up shedding some light on Logbook Chica, because Logbook Chica still, we have no clue what it means at all, and yet it's in the most important thing in the whole series, or one of the most important things at least.
Also, we know that Edwin made a Bonnie and a Chica.
Yeah, exactly.
I think, did he start a Freddy? I don't remember, but I know he made a Bonnie and a Chica.
Well, there's Helper. So I guess that counts as Freddy.
Well, yeah, but I think in the book he might have started a Freddy animatronic, but I don't remember. It might have just been Chica and Bonnie, but
I don't remember either.
But Edwin making Chica and Bonnie, we know Henry made the original animatronic, so they probably wouldn't be the originals, meaning that anything can happen to them. So if Bonnie and Chica do appear in Edwin's workshop, that works perfectly fine, and anything can happen to them, meaning that the Chica could technically become Logbook Chica.
Which I think would be really interesting.
It'd be a nice payoff years later.
Right. Well, here's another thing that I would not be surprised at. I made this observation. It's kind of loose, but also kind of not. If we have, as Wake Me Up Latte is sort of suggesting, that the program is in everything Edwin uses or whatever, you'll notice that and you connect it with Help Wanted 2 and stuff, you'll notice in Help Wanted 1 that Logbook Chica's position is kind of very similar to Chica's position in the Parts and Service.
Like when she's sitting?
I'm wondering,
Like how she's sitting? You mean?
Yeah. So I'm wondering if they're mimicking it's mimicking positions within the game that's similar to what everything is going on in Edwin's workshop area and stuff like that.
Yeah, I can see that.
Because we don't really ever get clarification on what else he's using the technology for when he creates the program.
Yeah, that's what a lot of people say, because in the Mimic story, he says that the Mimic technology, the Mimic program, could be used for a lot of different useful stuff. So a lot of people have been saying.
Did he have a line saying maybe he could get his company back using it?
I don't remember
something like that. But what I do also remember is yes, we get a mention of that, and then nothing else. No other clarification on what he's invented or using it. It's very odd that it's in there, and then just we don't talk about it anymore.
Yeah, a lot of people have just been saying that it could be that after the Mimic is destroyed, Edwin goes missing, and then eventually he comes back, and then there's an overhaul of his factory, and then he makes these things, like this invention, and then the next one. That's what a lot of people have been saying. But I have a different idea, but I'll only explain it after we watch the next two, okay? Because it'll make a lot more sense. It'll make a lot more sense once we watch the next two.
Right. Yeah, go ahead.
So I'll leave the tab open so that we can go back to it later if we want to.
For sure.
Okay, this one's only 47 seconds. The last one was 1 minute and 30. So this is Murray's Magic Coat Rack. Okay?
All right.
Also, another number.
Are your clothes creating a catastrophic pile? Is your family distraught by the untidy nature of your house? The solution is here, friends. Murray's
That actually is me for real right now.
That was me yesterday.
Jackets, hats, cardigans, blazers, bags, shawls, scarves, and more. It'll even hold your pots and pans, or your pet, or you, if you're feeling down, order several...
Oh.
That was it.
Oh, all right then.
Did you get it?
Did I get what exactly?
I'll play it again. Just stay quiet and just listen to what he's saying.
Catastrophic pile. Is your family distraught by the untidy nature of your house? The solution is here, friends. Murray's magic coat rack. Adjusts for any size of clothing. Jackets, hats, cardigans.
Get it?
Jackets, hats, and...
No.
Rack. Adjusts for any size of clothing.
Oh, God.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, I got it. It took a little bit.
You got it.
Yeah, it's been a while, but yeah, I get it.
He can expand and contract. So the first thing... Huh? Who's there? Is that...
That's Sentry.
Sentry?
Right.
Yeah.
So again, it's like, it implies that this coat rack would have the same pistons that the Endo did.
Yeah, so here's the thing. This one expands and contracts just like the Mimic. The Latte machine says it's always watching and learning, just like the Mimic. So both of these things have features that the Mimic has.
Indeed.
Right? Also, people say in the background of this, there's actually like a different like audio playing over it, where there's basically like a guy talking about how the Mimic has, or like how something has its leg or something. It's hard to hear. I didn't really hear it perfectly, but that's what a lot of people are talking about. You want me to play it again so you can like try to listen? It's hard. It's really hard to hear, but.
How about you guys talk about stuff while I take an ass in the bathroom? I'll be right back.
What? What?
I need to use the bathroom like really bad.
Okay, well, I gotta go in like 15 minutes for dinner, so we can like pause here and then after I eat, so in like an hour or so, then we can continue if you want.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right, cool.
Yeah, sounds good.
So yeah, that is going to we're gonna pause there with
sounds good. But hold on, is there one question? Was that the last one or was there one more?
There's one more. And I'll explain my theory. I'll explain my theory once we get there. Once we watch it.
Perfect. Sounds good. All right. I'll see you later.
See you, bro.
Okay.
So,
are you going to dinner then, right now?
No, in like probably in like 10 minutes, because I'll probably have to like set up and stuff.
Because I do need to.
Are you gonna?
I need to edit a video actually. So.
All right. Are you gonna come back like in an hour after we continue again?
Yeah. Ping me whenever you react to the last one.
Okay. Do you want to stick around until I leave, or are you just gonna go now?
I'm just gonna go now.
All right. Later, bro.
Goodbye, Evan's stream.
Alrighty. Sentry is now muted, so it's just me, basically.
Hi.
So, in the meantime, now what shall we do? I could, like, sit around and do nothing, basically.
Yeah, same. Wait.
I can...
Is this true?
What? What's up?
Never mind.
Okay.
Yeah.
What I'm wondering, will there be one more MCM archive? Because next week, because there's one more Friday, and then the Friday after that is Secret of the Mimic's actual release. So it seems like there will be one more in between.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, and I wonder what that will be. Because
I wonder.
The third one is the vacuum, which is like the main thing that we know about that Edwin made. So I'm wondering what else it could be. Like what else could be like added in next, like what the last invention could be.
Yeah, I have no idea.
Maybe it could be like a Mimic Model 2 or something.
Yeah.
I don't know.
But I assumed that it would probably be some other household product, I guess.
Another what?
Household product.
It could be pretty much anything, honestly.
Yeah.
Probably just some kind of I mean, we know that the vacuum was the one that was the most successful, so it could just be like it's showing a bunch of the things that he made, and then this just happened to be the most successful one, but it's not necessarily the most important one, or like the last. Like, even though it's the most successful, you would think maybe it would be the last one, but it doesn't necessarily have to be, because it was kind of just a fluke that it did end up being so popular, you know?
Yeah.
Before Secret of the Mimic does come out, I plan on releasing 2 more theories, and because both of them are kind of related to Secret of the Mimic, so my next theory is going to be about like Fredbear's and like the costumes idea, like about the animatronics being made from the costumes. And then after that, I want to do a video on the mediocre melodies based on like the teaser images and stuff on the Steam page.
Hi.
Yeah, oh, hi.
I'm gonna go back to
I'm back. Doesn't take 5 years to go to the bathroom, guys.
Ah, all right. Well, I am leaving in a few minutes anyway, but
Right.
and then I'll be back like probably like half an hour after that, something like that.
Right. Yeah. I've just been playing a lot of Minecraft recently because once I saw the movie, I had like strong urges to replay Minecraft, and then I started getting like addicted to it and like doing that. Like the only game I would play for like it's like the only game I've played straight for like a month. So I kept buying Minehut servers for Century and other people on Little Remnant to join, and yet only Century seemed to join, or Libra occasionally, and no one else did. And so I'm like, all right, well, I'll scrap this server and start a new one.
My bad, bro.
And
no, I'm
joking.
Yeah, I know. I very rarely have time to do anything that is not either school related or YouTube related. So I sometimes play Minecraft with like some of my friends, but not very often. And when I do, that's like. It's like in the middle of the night, or not the middle of the night, but at like 10 p.m. That I would do that.
Sure.
So I don't really have much time for stuff like that, honestly.
Right. Well, that's kind of me too. Again, graduation or just finishing up senior year has been really time consuming for me. So
yeah, fair enough.
I totally get it. Yeah. But you know. So I have a question. Are you more excited? I've asked this to a couple of people. Are you more excited for Secret of the Mimic or movie number 2? Because
I kind of expected you to say that, actually.
Well, I know one person is closer. I mean, not person. One product is closer than the other.
Yeah.
But I'm still way more hyped for movie 2.
I mean, that's fair enough. I think the closer we get to Secret of the Mimic, the more excited I am for it. So, like, I would say, for now, probably Secret of the Mimic. But if you were to ask me, like, a year ago, I don't know if my answer would have changed, but I'm more inclined to say Secret of the Mimic because of how close we are to it. So, like, I'm getting impatient.
Right. But here's what I will say is the reason why I'm not as excited, which makes me really sad, is because the game comes out on the 13th, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the day that I go up to my summer camp to start work for the whole summer. So the day it comes out. So I literally have 0 chance to play it unless I bring my computer up to my grandparents, and then one of the days where I have my full day off. Because again, it's basically like you are on duty 24/7. Except for one day off where you have whatever you want to do for that full day. So I could bring my computer and my monitor up to my grandparents' house and be like, hey, Grandma, yeah, can I, set up, basically camp out all my technology stuff there? And so that'd be very kind of awkward. But I theoretically, in those periods, probably play the game. But that would be... But yeah, that would be it's so unfortunate. That's the reason why I'm just so sad that I don't really have a good chance to play it. Which may be the reason why I'm more hyped for the movie, even though it's like way farther out.
See, I was kind of upset the day that I found out that I have a grad event on the day that it comes out, but mine only delays me playing it by like an hour. So you can't play it like basically at all for a long time, and I'm delayed by an hour, and I'm just like, no.
I'm delayed. Yeah, I'm delayed for by like at least 5 to 6 days.
Yeah,
that's if I get it the one day I have completely off.
Yeah, I have it pre-ordered right now, so it'll download the day before, or like a couple days before it releases, and I'll be fine to play it like the day it comes out. It comes out at 1 p.m. my time, and I already set up my stream like a few weeks ago, for the day of at what's it called, 2:30 I think I set it at. So
gotcha.
I'm good on time, basically. I'm just like an hour and a half after it comes out, I'm going to be playing it. So
I really do struggle to see the direction this game is going to go.
I'm really curious.
It could go which way, honestly.
Yeah, I have no
idea. That's one of the reasons why it's like, after the train wreck that has been the recent games in terms of like how to sort it out, I'm hoping that Secret of the Mimic clears up some of that, but I also hoped that with Bruin, and it gave us more questions. So there's two possibilities, right?
It'll answer some questions, and it'll like create a bunch of new ones too.
Is the Secret of the Mimic?
Right.
Huh? Oh, yeah.
But
yeah.
So here's the thing: this game, I do think, does really determine the trajectory on how the modern story of the modern era is going to end, and that I think is especially important. So that's why I have no clue how it's going to go, because if it's going to determine how it's going to end, then you can kind of start making like predictions.
Yeah.
But I have like very few predictions for this because we know sort of what we're getting into, but we don't really know like any of the content.
Yeah, I really don't know what to expect from it, but I am excited to see.
I am very excited.
I do have to go now for dinner, but I will be back probably in like 30 minutes, something like that.
And Century and I can play Minecraft, so
yeah, I'll just leave my stream on. We'll be right back and just put on some music if anybody wants to stay and just listen to it. Someone just said sup. I'm leaving right now, and I'll be back later.
Right, yeah.
But yeah, all right. I'll see you guys later.
See you later, bruh.
All right, I deafened, so I will just stay in the PC. And yeah, I'll see you guys later. I'll be back in like half an hour probably. Bye-bye. Hey guys, I'm back. And I have eaten dinner. I'm still in the VC with Century and Sandwich Man, so I will unmute now. Hello?
Oh, welcome back.
I have returned.
Welcome back. How was your dinner?
It was pretty good. I had, I think it was tortellini, and chicken parm. It was pretty good.
Based. I'm almost done deforesting an entire forest. Hold on.
Oh, have fun. I didn't realize I was sharing my my stream like information the entire time.
No, it's fine. I wasn't even looking.
There's nothing there on it that's like compromising or anything, so doesn't matter.
All right.
And I will swap back to the MCM archive, and then we'll continue that whenever you guys
Hello,
are ready.
Dude. I'm almost. Sorry, Evan. I'm talking Century. I'm almost done. Century with deforesting this entire thing. Literally an entire forest. I have deforested basically the entirety of a Minecraft biome. I'm not even joking.
We love murdering trees.
I basically have, yeah.
I actually want to check on the audio mix because, like, I want to check on the stream just because I want to make sure that you guys aren't too loud.
Right.
Let me just check. Got an ad on my own fucking stream. Skip mix because like I want
a creeper that blew up.
Yeah, I know.
Deforesting an entire forest. Hold on.
Oh, have fun. Actually, it's about equal. Not bad. Okay, cool.
Nice.
I didn't realize I was sharing my my stream like information the entire time.
Oh, you're streaming.
I am streaming my stream.
My stream. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Just making sure the audio is good. On it, it's like compromising or anything, so doesn't matter.
All right.
All right. It should be good.
All right. Cool. Yeah, I just finished. There's this almost like basically completely gone of all trees in this entire forest. I am impressed with myself.
I'm gonna ping Libra to come back now.
Yes.
It is time.
And then he's gonna come in and he's gonna start
rambling about some weird ass shit.
About how he needs to go to Venus or something like that, like he did last time. Boom, 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 boom. Da-da-da. Oh, come on. There we go. Okay. All right. Oh my gosh, I have so much wood.
Were you just doing that the entire time I was gone?
I was doing that while we were talking on stream with Libra.
Oh, okay.
So I have been deforesting for like over an hour at least. And I started the other day and like got like through like 3 hours. It took like 3 hours, so yeah, it's been a little bit.
Oh, is Daco doing a charity stream tomorrow?
Huh? What do you do?
I'm on Twitter. I'm just gonna stop streaming so that you guys don't see everything that I'm doing.
Yeah, sure. Is Daco streaming tomorrow?
Apparently.
I won't watch it. Kidding.
I mean, I'm not able to watch it. I'm busy tomorrow, but
right.
I'm just always busy on Saturdays.
Yeah, that's me too. I'm always doing my own thing. Are we Libra? Oh my gosh. Okay,
Libra.
wait. See here.
One sec, he said.
1 sec. Can confirm something from Steelable Studios. Make sure to join.
Yeah, that's what I was That's what I was looking at.
Maybe I'll watch. Yeah. So, Evan, here's what I do when I deforest. I hate birch, so what do? I keep all the oak, and when it comes to birch, I just turn it into charcoal. So, my whole source of fuel is charcoal from birch wood. All birch, no.
I think that birch can look good in some areas, just not the logs. The logs look bad. I do like birch planks, though.
Depends on what you're building them for.
Yeah, it depends on the context, yeah. But
99% of the time, oak's just better.
Usually, yeah.
Alright. Stream. 6 watching. Alright.
So, seems like there's going to be something, what's it called? Secret of the Mimic related tomorrow. So, I will check that when I get home at, like, 9.
Nice. Alright. Libra. What is he doing? I want to see this last video. I'm excited for this last video. I have so many chickens. Oh my gosh. Libra, hello.
Hello.
Sorry for the wait.
You're good. Oh, hey, it's Altera.
Hey, what's Draw?
Hey, how's it going?
We are streaming right now, or I am streaming, and these guys are here for it. He is muted currently. I don't know if he's going to talk, but...
He's just setting it up. He does this.
Oh, okay.
Alright. Wait, is that Libra who joined as well?
Yeah, I joined.
Libra and Altera both joined.
Hello. Alright, ready?
Yeah, I that's just what I do.
Yeah, alright. Basically what we're doing right now, I'm streaming. I did a stream watching the new MCM archive and then 2 theory reactions. So I have like another hour and a half that I want to stream right now, so I just like wanted to do something. So I asked you guys, in the group chat if you guys wanted to join me and just like have a conversation. And then Sandwich Man told me that he hadn't watched the MCM archives and then he hadn't really been keeping up with Secret of the Mimic news. So we're watching it together and I'm like explaining everything. So
have you already seen it, Sandwich?
He's seen the first 2. We watched it with him, and now we're gonna watch the third one.
Oh,
So,
sorry,
wait,
go ahead.
Just let me go on Evan's thing so I can see.
Yeah, I'm gonna share my screen again. So on Discord.
Okay, thank you.
Also, do you get a new mic?
Yes, I do. Actually, I got a new PC as a whole.
Oh, nice.
Right. It sounds very good. Sounds very good.
Also, I will watch the third one first, but like I want to get your. I wasn't on the call, so I want to get your thoughts on the first 2, Sandwich, because I haven't gotten a chance to talk to you in a while.
Basically, I was explaining
First
the
two
whole
are
thing.
interesting.
Yeah, I was explaining the whole thing about just like how the features of these 2 things are like related to the Mimic, and I told him that I'd explain my theory after the third one because the third one strengthens it a lot more.
Okay.
All right, sounds good.
Well,
Let's see it.
me and Evan already had a debate about this before, but we have opposing theories on this. So, like, after he gives you, I'll give my alternate interpretation of it.
Yeah, I have a couple interesting things to note about this whole thing. So,
okay.
So yeah, the last one is called Cleanovac. So
what now?
Cleanovac.
You know why that's familiar?
Sandwich Man. It's an Edwin creation.
And
it's a robotic vacuum cleaner.
Whoa, what?
Yeah.
Well, all right then. All right, let's see this.
So, 1 minute and 8 seconds long. Let's go.
Yeah, that's kind of big. What?
Are you looking for the perfect vacuum cleaner? There are so many to choose from, but none of them fit every corner of your home. Introducing the brand new revolutionary advancement in vacuum technology, Murray's Marvelous Cleanovac. Never before could a vacuum adjust its size to fit into hard-to-reach places. Patented Murray Tech allows you to clean everything from the biggest messes to the smallest crumbs. One size fits all. And what you really need most in a vacuum cleaner is friendship. Your family will love the new addition. Mom, you won't have to leave the kitchen for the house to be spotless. And your kids will have a friend for life. Murray's Marvelous Cleanovac. Order one today and make your family a happy one.
Okay, well that is definitely not Mr. Hugs, but I noticed the Mr. Hugs vacuum was there. If you...
I did for a thumbnail.
Wait, it was?
Yeah. You can
actually
see. No, not Mr. Hugs. It didn't.
It's
it
just an
wasn't
old-fashioned
It looked
vacuum.
like it. Yeah.
I just want to mention, I did for a thumbnail put Mr. Hugs and the Cleanovac like facing each other, and they have like the same arm stretched wide out.
Yeah, they have
pose.
pretty similar designs in some areas.
Oh, that's another thing I'll bring up later when we're done.
So, thoughts?
Yeah. Interesting. That definitely is not Mr. Hugs, though.
Yes.
Yeah.
But it is the vacuum cleaner that Edwin made that was like his first big success, basically.
It could be like a 70s version of Mr. Hugs.
Yeah, probably. Because he does have like the different version, the one that's more like a Roomba in like the Five Nights at Freddy's demo. So that seems like it's probably like a later edition of it or something.
Yeah. Yeah, that's really interesting. I think that man, I feel like that alone should be really good evidence for Tales games, but you know,
I agree.
whatever.
I agree. So I mentioned earlier that a lot of people have been suggesting that this stuff is after he made the Mimic, and like after he made the Mimic, he disappeared, and then he comes back. He refurbishes like his whole factory, and then makes more stuff using the Mimic program and like its features and stuff. Altera, that's what you were talking to me about last week. So you want to explain your perspective right now?
Okay, yes. So
I object to that as well.
Yeah. So basic. What did you say, Sandwich?
I just said I object to that. But go ahead.
Oh my God. So
go ahead.
In the Mimic, Edwin makes a very important comment, and then that's that he explains that if things go well, like the Mimic functions like as it should with David and stuff, then he thinks he can use its like ability and what it does essentially, or at the very least at the time of the program, to basically bring his company back and make it bigger again, and just use it by using it for a whole bunch of stuff. And I personally feel like this is meant to be more towards that, because one, Evan says that it's like, well, this is just his old inventions, and then it's his, like, he kind of sort of implies that he just built the Mimic from old stuff he had.
I'll explain that further.
Okay, so
I agree with that.
my issue with that is that, like, well, what's really the point of that? From a story perspective, okay, so Edwin made old stuff that had similar functions to the Mimic, and he made it out of that. Like, there's really no important narrative purpose for, like, showing us all this. Now, if the purpose, he made all these things after the Mimic, and it was what he used to get his company. If he used it to bring his company back, I feel like that would be a more important reason to show us this, because it actually gives us an explanation from how he went from basically nothing to something big between the events of at least the first half of the Mimic story and by the time of Secret of the Mimic.
So,
which is, I feel like, what this whole game is more focused on.
I have multiple thoughts. So
do I, yeah.
First of all, one other thing we didn't mention, Sandwich. This vacuum cleaner can, like, kind of get into hard-to-reach areas, just like the Mimic, how he can get into the vents and stuff, and, like, with his expanding and contracting stuff. And also, this vacuum is meant to be a friend to your kids, just like the Mimic. So, if you take into account all the inventions, they all have features of the Mimic. What I just said with the vacuum cleaner. With the coffee, it was always watching and learning. And with the coat hanger, the expanding and contracting, right? So, if you take all that into account, it's all features of the Mimic. And...
Wait a minute.
What? What's up?
I just realized something, but you go first.
Okay. So, Altera was talking about how it doesn't really serve much of a purpose to show this stuff. But I would disagree, because first of all, it's mostly just a teaser. But second of all, it gives people that didn't read the books, like, it gives them, like, the knowledge about it, right? But on top of that, this is what I'm thinking, that Edwin actually used these creations for the construction of the Mimic. That's actually supported in the Mimic story itself. I will pull up the exact quote, okay?
I think we're thinking of the same quote.
I don't know if you heard it from me because I mentioned it in the group chat last week, but I will explain it.
Can I make a quick comment?
Yeah, go ahead.
The reason why I lean towards your position over Altera's.
Yeah.
In the storyteller, you say he like kind of just disappeared for like 4 years and then ended up coming back way later. He explicitly says that. He explicitly says he comes back way later. Now, if that's the case, why are they featuring inventions that would suggest that he came back way earlier than like however long it took for him to come back?
He came back to Fazbear Entertainment 30 years later, not that he became successful again, which he certainly wasn't by the time of the storyteller.
I'm definitely open to him returning and like rebuilding his business and stuff. I think he's still owned by Fazbear Entertainment, but like he could still make his own stuff. Like I'm not opposed to that.
Exactly. Yeah. That's where I'm looking at it from, basically.
I don't think that's necessarily true, but I'm not completely opposed to that. But I don't think that these things are those inventions that he made after, because like I said, they're basically the stuff in them is in the Mimic. And here's why. I have the quote now, and I'll explain all this stuff and then I'll let you talk again, Altera. But so here's the quote. By pulling wiring from rooms that he never used, taking pistons from a defunct industrial washing machine, and borrowing steel and spools and gears and springs from the levers machine, Edwin had fashioned the torso, arms, and head of a primitive-looking endoskeleton. This physical housing was the easy part. Once Edwin had constructed the legless robot, he had to build the computer for it. This he did by stealing hardware from some of his abandoned projects.
Oh, okay.
Let's go.
Now,
true.
But before Altera talks again, what I want to say is, first of all, I'm thinking that all these, besides the vacuum, they're his old inventions that didn't end up panning out perfectly, and so he either scrapped them or they just didn't sell well, so he just used them later on for the Mimic. And
so we were not thinking of the same quote, but you kind of added on to the quote I was thinking of.
Okay, I'll pass it on to Altera once I'm done talking, and then back to you so that you can continue to. But yeah, so the Cleanovac obviously was successful, so he still used that. But the other ones, I feel like because the Cleanovac was the one that was the most successful, the other two probably weren't very successful. And what's really important here, I'm going to show you something. Go on to the Steelwool Studios channel page and look at all of the thumbnails. What do you notice about the thumbnails?
They all say Secret of the Mimic,
which
is obvious. They have discs, which,
VHS tapes.
Well, that's not true. They have
film reels and VHS tapes.
Yeah.
Not that, though. They have... I'm going to zoom in, actually. Okay, so here's
Murray's
the Cleanovac,
Costume
right?
Manor.
It has it has that. The Murray's Costume Manor paper. It has it in all three. But what you notice is that on the Stay Up Latte one, the paper is yellow. It's more dirty and more old. On this one, it's white again. It's white now, but it's still a little bit dirty. On Cleanovac, it's clean. So
so are you saying that they are progressively less old?
Yeah, I'm saying that Stay Up Latte is the oldest one. And if the Cleanovac happened before the Mimic, which it had to because it was his first successful invention, then that means that the Coat Rack and the Latte were before the Cleanovac, meaning that they were also before the Mimic. And what's also important, another reason that it would be important to show these in the first place, the Mimic was never built with the expanding and contracting thing being an intentional part of it. Edwin didn't make it for that purpose, but it still had that. So knowing that he used his older inventions for parts for the Mimic indicates that that's how he got that ability. because we don't know how he got it in the books. So if he had an invention that had that ability and then he added that to the Mimic, then that explains why it has it without it being the main feature of it. So it is important.
That is a plausible explanation, but
so
I want to hear Altera.
Okay, so here are all my issues with these things. One, first of all, is something I want to point out is you made that quote, right? And it says it talks about how he built the Mimic's physical body.
Yeah, and that was like all the stuff around it, yeah.
And then it doesn't really mention anything about using like the old inventions for the arms or anything like the coat rack or whatever.
Yeah, that's
and
fair.
Stuff. Yeah, no, yeah. And then it says another important thing is that
it said that he used it for the computer, indicating that that has something to do with like.
Yes.
But if it's for the computer, then that indicates that it's something to do with like how it actually functions and moves.
Yeah.
So like it still does make sense for the expanding and contracting to be part of it.
See, an interesting thing is that the whole thing with the Mimic program is that when he creates it using, I guess, old hardware and stuff, it says he has to teach it how to interact with David and like watch him and be a friend and stuff. Whereas if we go by this vacuum thing, it already knows how to like just interact with a kid. So if he used its hardware, then the Mimic should already just be good at being a friend and stuff. At least that's the way it seems like.
Yeah, well, that's fair. I think
knowledge should already be programmed into it.
I get that. Right. I think that the idea though is that because it's for the computer, and he's not making the program itself out of this, he's making the computer out of it. So it would have this stuff built into it, but it wouldn't be the main feature, so it would still make sense if he had to like kind of train it to adopt these properties, because they're not meant to be the main property.
Sure.
Evan, something that's quoted in the Mimic is perhaps because the idea was inspired, or perhaps because Edwin was so desperate to find a way to take care of David without actually having to take care of David, Edwin was able to write the code for the program at nearly the speed of light. It was like the program wanted to be written, so it helped him create it. So he wrote the program pretty easily, too.
Yeah.
And these things all have stuff that the Mimic...
That's on the same page,
like,
by the way.
part of the Mimic's program.
Now, I do want to point out, though, that... sorry, I just want to say one thing.
Okay.
We don't... I mean, I don't know if we know... This is an ad, and ads love to be falsely advertised. So they could be very much over-exaggerating that how much Cleanovac is going to be a friend to you, basically. Which it seems as though that if Edwin had created the code better for Mimic 1, that he had already had some experience with kind of making characters that are sort of like friends. So because of that respect, I would probably lean a bit more towards Evan's position here.
Yeah, I think for its like personality and stuff, it's that he used his experience with those kinds of programs for making the Mimic 1 program. But for the physical stuff, like the expanding and contracting, then that's just like the parts that he used for the computer. And then that's why it had that kind of built in. So that would make sense. What would you... okay, Altera, what would you say about like the timing, though? Like about the Cleanovac, it has to be before the Mimic, and Stay Up Latte is older.
So that's the thing where the Hugs thing and the Mr. Hugs comes in to the play, because we have two different vacuum cleaners that have been made by Edwin. So we know at the very least there wasn't only one singular one he made.
Well, yeah.
Now,
wait. Hold on. Yeah, I was about to say, do we really know that Edwin made Mr. Hugs?
Okay, we don't know that he made Mr. Hugs, but we know that he made the Hug.
We know he made the Hug.
Yeah, but I think that because they're so similarly named, they would be next to each other. Like, so the Cleanovac has no similarity to the name Hug. So it seems like it would be the prototype, the one that he made first, and then the Hug would have then evolved into Mr. Hugs later on.
Well, wait, what? Okay.
No, I'm just saying that the naming scheme, it seems more like it would be weird if Cleanovac was in between either of them.
I'm looking at this from like a technological advancement standpoint. The Hug on the surface you think, well, okay, a Roomba, it's more future and more advanced and stuff than, say, the Cleanovac. But ultimately, a Roomba is a thing that just kind of moves across the floor and vacuums things. Like, according to this, the Cleanovac can, like, be your friend, expand and change its size to suck different things, seemingly has, like, an intelligence of its own in ways and stuff, and I feel like that's a lot more advanced than just a Roomba. So I could see the Hug being the first one, and the Cleanovac being the second one.
We also don't necessarily know, though, that the Hug doesn't have those abilities or more advanced abilities, because it's all we see is an image of it. So it could very well have the abilities of the Cleanovac and more.
I'm just saying that if we go by the knowledge we do have, that's basically relies on assumption.
So
I get that, but I think that the naming scheme is the main thing that feels weird, because it would be weird to have the Hug and then the Cleanovac and then Mr. Hugs. You would think that it would be an evolution. So the Cleanovac.
The thing is, okay, so here's the thing. Mr. Hugs seems, if anything, more like a prototype of the Cleanovac, because Mr. Hugs is literally just an old-fashioned vacuum cleaner. One of the ones they literally say is more primitive than the Cleanovac, with eyes and 2 sticks on.
Basically, yeah. It's the Cleanovac is significantly more technologically advanced.
So, if anything, I think would be like either the Hug is the first one. It says Mr. Hugs was the prototype of the Cleanovac, an attempt to make a more advanced one that seems more like the Hug, keeping the naming scheme. And then after that is when he made an actual proper one that can like move and has arms with an AI and stuff like that.
I mean, again, we also don't really know how Mr. Hugs works, so it could also have like the abilities. Obviously, like it's a standing vacuum, so it could just be like it has the same abilities as the Cleanovac and possibly more. But also, as a human, you could just use it as a normal vacuum if you wanted to.
Yeah.
So like, it could just be like everything all in one, you know?
Exactly. I know, but I guess it's just because like that's that thing where it comes in is like what could be possible versus what we know is the case and stuff, and I guess that's where I get like kind of hung up on things and stuff.
I think it just makes more sense for this stuff to just be before the Mimic, because like I said, he used the Mimic. He used his old inventions for the Mimic, and he made a vacuum cleaner before the Mimic as well. So having him use all those things for the Mimic, and the vacuum cleaner that we see here also be before the Mimic and be the vacuum that he made originally, I feel like it's just a lot simpler of an explanation, and it just feels like it makes more sense to me.
Then I guess that's where we're just gonna have to agree to disagree, because
Fair
like
enough.
another thing but just one final thing I want to point out is like saying that like again going back to the coat rack, that gets into like tech that's used for the physical Mimic body, and one it says that we don't see Edwin. That's not tech that's stated to have Edwin used to make the physical Mimic. He just used the old tech for the computer and stuff. So if he used that tech to make the Mimic, it would have to be an upgrade he gave the Mimic later in the timeline, which just kind of means it doesn't necessarily it doesn't mean that the Kodak had to come before the Mimic story. It theoretically could come after, because, you know, whatever he used that for in the Mimic would have to come after the Mimic story.
Yeah, I get that.
And another important thing is that the Mimic obviously can expand and contract both its arms and legs, whereas
the Mimic doesn't have its legs.
If we go by the second half of the Mimic story, Team A just takes a random pair of legs and shoves it on there, not like a specially designed one. So again, I feel like that's something Edwin had to have implemented after that.
It could also be that some aspects weren't even used for the Mimic, or like by Edwin at least. Like you said, the Mimic doesn't have legs at first, so it could very easily be that maybe he made another animatronic kind of with the expanding and contracting concept, and then maybe that's just what the Team A used to create the Mimic. So it just so happened to have that ability. Like,
yes, but there's something that just feels kind of weird about saying that the Mimic God expanding on it and tracking on plagues just by coincidence.
I mean, yeah, but still, it's technically possible.
Pick up your legs. Do that.
They took, yeah, that would be pretty interesting.
It just feels like these are meant to be showing what was kind of made before the Mimic in order to create it and make it into the Mimic that we know. So, like, I get what you're saying about a lot of this stuff. Fair reasoning, I understand. I just think it makes more sense for it to all precede the Mimic and then be used for the Mimic. And it doesn't necessarily have to be that Edwin himself did all this. It could also just be that some of this stuff fell into the hands of the Mimic, or like somehow the Mimic adopted those things, whether because of Edwin or not. So like the leg thing, it could just be Edwin made another animatronic with the expanding and contracting tech, and then that is the animatronic that the legs were taken from to give to the Mimic. And that's not a definitive very strong theory, obviously. Like, it's just saying it could have. But like
it's just,
it could be.
Personally, I just think with the way Fazbear Entertainment talks about it, at least in the trailer, based on the wording, it sounds more like those features on the Mimic were intentional rather than accidental. Like,
that's fair.
It's an endoscale designed to be able to do this and contract and go into, all that and stuff.
That's fair, yeah. And
I mean,
in that case, it could just be like I said before, it was Edwin like adding that tech into the computer, and then the computer like kind of having that sort of technology.
Or I guess theoretically, you could always just say he made these inventions before the Mimic, but when he upgraded the Mimic later, he basically did what he did before with the computer and just got that more old tech he used and started using that as like a basis to like upgrade it further like after that.
Here is where
possibly.
I really think it has to be before. Like again, maybe not has to be. Really would strongly suggest this game is taking place in 1979.
Yeah,
and we know. Yes, Edwin, this is after, I would assume this is after the Mimic has been created. However...
Well, yeah, obviously.
Why would
it has to be?
Right. But we don't really know whether it's after the team goes in the second half of the Mimic story or before. And either way, I feel like you give a very small window for Edwin to make 3 crazy inventions.
Yeah, I agree.
Like, taking from... the Mimic's technology. I don't know. It just doesn't...
I was kind of going to say something along those lines, too, because this is when the Mimic is still trying to be retrieved by Fazbear Entertainment, and Edwin should theoretically still be missing by this point, because they're still going in trying to retrieve his tech. So, unless we just end up finding Edwin in the factory and being like, oh shit, you're actually not missing, you're just here the whole time, then, like, in that case, then sure, like, it makes sense for this stuff to be added afterwards. Like, that's fair. But, at the same time, in that case, that would mean that these things, these, like, inventions, they wouldn't be public. Because they would just because Edwin would be in hiding. So... it feels weird for these to be created and then sold while Fazbear Entertainment still thinks that he's missing. Because they're trying to retrieve his tech from this place.
See, that's the thing. It says if these were made... My point is that these were made and sold, and that's what gets the place from a small factory to Murray's Costume Manor. And if that's the case, then... it's pretty clear in certain ways that Murray's Costume Manor is still connected to Fazbear Entertainment in some way. Like, at least from a business standpoint, they're still associated with each other. So this would be something Edwin did with their knowledge.
Yeah, but then they wouldn't be trying to retrieve his tech because he'd be obligated to give them his tech.
True.
I mean, to be fair, the Mimic wasn't made for Fazbear, but also them breaking into his warehouse to retrieve it is illegal because it's literally his home. So they can't really do that. They can't really just go in and take it if it's still technically his residence.
I mean, like, you say that.
Obviously, it's Fazbear Entertainment. Yeah, that's fair. But I'm just saying, like, I feel like this would be very, like, if we don't see Edwin at all, like, just living in the factory still, then it's a problem. Then this all has to be before. If we do find Edwin in the factory, then it's probably still before, in my opinion, but, like, it could be after. Like, I'd at least understand that point of view.
Is your guys' position that the game takes place before or after the second half of the Mimic story?
I feel like it's okay. So here, I feel like it has to be after the second. Okay, see, this is the thing where the timeline is getting really screwy right now, because like I think this is an important thing to note, and this is something that I'm wondering how is even going to get explained in the game, because Jackie has no legs, but yet the Mimic clearly has legs later in the game when he's wearing other costumes. And obviously, the events of Team A don't happen in the midst of this game.
See,
but also simultaneously, if it happens before, then that would mean they gave him legs. He lost those legs, then he gets those legs back.
Here's one thing that I need.
That's actually sorry, I was just gonna say that's exactly one of the reasons why I believe that this takes place between Mimic first half and Mimic second half.
What's interesting to me is that, like you said, Jackie doesn't have legs, and the Mimic doesn't have legs in the first half of the Mimic story, and he gets them after Team A. And we do see the Mimic walking around in characters that do have legs, so theoretically he should have to have legs. But what I've discovered, or not discovered, it's been in teasers. We've seen images of the elephant that show that he is an animatronic and not a costume. So technically speaking, the Mimic could either be in there and it's just forcing it to walk, meaning his legs don't have to exist or even work. Like, he could just be controlling it, or it could be walking according to its own free will. Meaning that technically speaking, our player doesn't have to be alone. They could be a part of Team A. It could be before it could be while Team A is there for the first time.
I wouldn't even be surprised if the player was part of Team A.
Yeah, I wouldn't either. It just depends how the start of the game happens.
Exactly. See, my issue with that comes in, and then it's like, well, what is the point of this game? Because we know
we're gonna die.
Exactly. We're gonna die, and we make basically no developments in the plot whatsoever.
Okay.
I'm really curious as to how it would work. If
just
it does.
Because Team A dies does not mean they didn't retrieve or discover any important information.
Yeah.
That's all I'll say. So you could be part of Team A just knowing you're gonna die at the end of the game.
the way I would freak out if our character had a voice, could talk throughout the game, and then we just there's a random moment where we record messages about the Mimic, and then they're the exact same as in the book. That would be kind of that would be kind of crazy.
That'd be dumb. I would agree.
There's something.
It'd be pretty stupid, but it'd be weird, crazy.
There's something pretty important that I remembered. And this was a detail, unless I'm misremembering, but there were 3 guys. Was it established that there were 3 guys on Team A?
I don't remember. I can check the book, see if I can find it.
If I remember,
do you want to look it up?
I think he's gone.
Oh, did Libra leave?
Yeah.
Where did he go?
I didn't notice.
Okay, so the thing is, it says if there are 3 members of Team A, then that's important, because if I remember correctly, Team B only finds 2 dead bodies.
Yes.
I know there was one in the fridge and one in the closet. Was there more than that?
Yeah. No, I don't think so. Yeah. But then I just realized another issue we have, though, and that's I was gonna say, well, okay, so maybe the 3rd one survived, and that's our character.
Yeah, it could be us.
Yes, but then I remembered something else that's important, and that's that in the trailer for Secret of the Mimic, we see dead bodies of previous Fazbear employees stuffed in suits.
Oh,
yeah.
Meaning there had to have been more than just Team A at this point by the time of that game.
Unless we start the game, what if we start the game as Team A, and we end up going in, we're in a group, and then we all like split up. Our character goes off and does something else, and then all our teammates die.
That would be interesting.
So then we could find them in the suits. Keep in mind, the Team A members the Team A members that we find in the trailer, they're not in a closet or a fridge. Meaning there could very well be more than 3 Team A members, and there could just be a bunch in suits that Dominic just never found.
We need to check that. We need to see if it's ever mentioned how many members there are, because theoretically it could be limited.
If the Mimic gets a higher...
I'm gonna look through, see if I can find it.
If the Mimic has a higher kill count than William, I'm gonna be so pissed. I can't... I swear.
He already does.
No, he does not. Glitch Trap does not count, in my opinion.
Sam, let's count William's kills there. There's the MCI, the DCI, that's 10.
No, that does not count for William. That's William's murders that just the Mimic remembers. That does not count as...
No, I'm counting... No. I'm counting William's murders first. So
okay, yes.
He has the MCI, the DCI, that's 10, Charlie 11, then technically if you count Elizabeth that's 12, but
Andrew.
It doesn't even matter. It doesn't even matter. We get the exact number in Happiest Day.
He's like, then if Andrew is canon, that'd be 13. So at absolute most, he killed 13 that we know
16.
of.
Yes, that we know of, but we also know that he has killed 16. We don't know who that constitutes of.
Who were the other 3?
I don't know, but they were freed in
Are we talking about Afton? I've been looking through the book. I haven't heard what's happening.
Well, okay. No, so whatever. It's so he kills, say, at absolute most 16. Mimic 1. He kills a dozen construction workers, so that's already 12 right there, and he kills 7 teenagers, which already puts it over 16 right there.
Hey guys,
when did he kill a dozen? Hold on.
One thing,
the Tales epilogues, they say that the amount of construction workers he killed was like 12, I believe.
Oh my god, I hate this thing so much. I'm back to hating this again. Anyway. Go ahead, Evan.
One thing that could actually support... One thing that could support the idea of us being a part of Team A, it's the guy on the tape in the Mimic story. He says it's the week before Christmas, and Team B was sent in January. Meaning that the Mimic story would have to have taken place in 78 if we are in Team B.
But
so if we're Team A, then it keeps the Mimic story in 1979.
In the trailer, there's snow outside, so it's still that season.
Yeah, so like it being like the week before Christmas works perfectly fine.
Yeah, it could be anywhere. It could also theoretically be after Team B if it's shortly after, because winter lasts for December, January, and February.
And most of March.
So it could also be... Yes, yeah. So it could still be sometime in that period as well.
I'm just trying to see...
another important thing, I'm pretty sure it says that, the beginning of the not the beginning of the Minister, but the time he makes the Mimic for David and stuff happens, like, earlier in the year. Is it in, like, June or something like that? Or April, I believe? And... Unless the Mimic hanging out with David goes on for freaking months, then like say June at most is when David dies and Edwin beats the crap out of the Mimic. Then like that would leave a good amount of months before Edwin actually left the factory, where he had to still have been in the factory doing stuff, because I doubt he left and then just Fazbear Entertainment didn't send anyone in for 6 whole months after not hearing anything from him.
Okay, I found something
a
else.
little interesting.
I found something that actually goes against this story being Team A, or the game being Team A.
Okay,
It said, I'll read this here. Terrence is the one who suggested we do what we've done, the voice on the recorder said. Because we weren't given real clear instructions on what to do, we were pretty much at a loss at first. So, that doesn't make sense, because in the game, in the trailer, we are told exactly what to do.
Exactly. We're told exactly what to do. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
it's his team. I'm pretty sure Team B is also given vague instructions as well. So we can't. Well, okay. Duh. No shit. We can't. We obviously can't be Team B because we see them all die.
We
So, never mind.
will not be Team B. So again, but Jackie has no legs. So I think that this. So this goes back to my original point. I think that this is in between Team A and Team B. So
Unless
we're talking
we're
about
literally
in between. Yeah.
Actually, no. I was gonna say unless we're before Team A, but that doesn't work because then who's the bodies?
Well, it can't be in between Team A and Team B because after Team A, the Mimic should have legs already, and Jackie doesn't.
Well,
unless
Team A,
our
that's
character
what I'm
is
saying.
special for some reason.
Wait.
Unless our character is for some reason special and he did get the instructions and nobody else in the team did, but that would be weird.
Gotcha. So do you think that this? Do you think this is before Team A?
That doesn't work because
I feel like it can't. That doesn't work. Yes, that would also mean that our character just stops the Mimic, removes his legs, and
yeah, that would be funny.
Okay. Yeah. So
this is just so confusing.
Again, it's like it's
just
weird
chop the legs off.
Why Jackie has no legs? Because
I don't know.
then we're like, so what happens? This is like they got legs put on, and then Mimic kills all of Team B, and then the legs are gone again. Like
exactly. And see, here's the important thing, Renech. So another important detail is that, and this is something I actually meant to bring up earlier, but there's something important in the storyteller. Edwin says that he abandoned the factory. And then he traveled the world for 30 years, presumably doing different business things until he ran out of money. Edwin is like broke at the first half of the Mimic story. For him to have the kind of money to last that long and travel around, something had to have happened in between that time for him to get super rich again. And I believe whatever it is Murray's costume manor and what happens with that.
Interesting. Okay, that is a very interesting point. What would you say to that, Evan? Because I know you would disagree with that.
I wasn't listening. I'm gonna be honest.
Oh. Okay, so let me explain.
What'd you say? Yeah.
So, in the storyteller, Edwin talks about how after he abandoned the factory, he or left everything behind. He traveled the world for 30 years until he ran out of money, which is what leads him to go back to Fazbear Entertainment. At the start of the Mimic story, he's like extremely poor and just trying to get by and stuff. For him to have the amount of money to be able to travel around for 3 decades and stuff means something had to happen in between that time that got him a shit ton of money again. And I believe that is whatever happens with Murray Costume Manor, which is something we don't see in the Mimic story.
Right. It would also, again, it would also be things like the vacuum and
exactly. That's what I mean. That's what I think would happen after the story.
Yeah, if they were successful, basically.
If they were successful, then that could be one of the things that helps them get a bunch of money again.
Yeah, I think that's plausible. I mean, you guys both are, man. Both of your expositions work.
Yeah. They can go either way.
Yeah, there's always the idea that you're right that he did do something else after he abandoned the costume, or sorry, after he abandoned his factory. Like, he could have done something else, made more inventions, and gotten more money. That works. I'm just saying it doesn't necessarily have to be the inventions that we see in the MCM archives. It could be, but it doesn't necessarily have to be. And I just think those ones specifically make more sense to be before.
Okay. Sure. Another important thing I want to mention that is something that has to happen off camera that we haven't seen is Edwin saying in the storyteller that it's happening again and him being terrified of the mimic. Something had to have happened between him and the mimic after he beat up in the story that shows Edwin it's dangerous and stuff.
Yes, I know exactly what happened. Fazbear Entertainment told him what happened to the teams 40 years ago.
Fair enough.
No. And he has like a vision of like, and see, here's the thing. You could say, well, this is just him remembering David's death with the white tiger and stuff and things like that because of the plushie and things like that. But the fact that he seems to associate like that memory of like something bloody, blood everywhere and stuff and things, and being terrified of the tiger with whatever bad thing he remembers happening with the mimic, and the fact we see now a white tiger suit in this game makes me feel like it actually relates to that, and that he maybe saw the mimic or just either wear or control the white tiger suit and murder somebody in front of him or something.
Here's what I will say. I have gone through a traumatic experience before. But what doesn't happen is if 40 years go by and I start thinking about the thing, I'm going to just break down and not be able to do anything and keep writing I'm sorry and the giant tube, and to the point where I die. I don't know. Something happened with Edwin that just was more than just David. Like,
yeah, exactly.
Go absolutely insane during that time period.
Yeah.
So, to be fair, people deal with things in different ways, but that's fair. Yeah. For something else to happen. Yeah.
But like, he wasn't like doing anything like that when his wife died, and like any family member dying is like brutally difficult to process. So
another thing in the storyteller that's important is if I haven't read in a long time, so like I might be misremembering, but I could have sworn there's like a part when Edwin is at his house and like looking back at his memories on what happened, and he talked about how he had a lot to atone for.
Well, David, but yeah.
Well, David, but like, come on, that was just like a simple like accident when he was just, and that was like one thing he did that was like, sounds like, it says if he had a lot to atone for, it sounds like there was something much bigger that happens that he blames himself for and that he thinks is all his fault and that he needs to like make up for and stuff. And I believe that's whatever the "it's happening again" thing was about, and that the mimic killed some people and things, and that's what he feels is his fault and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, it's the fact that this program is inherently dangerous. Again, this whole modern era is commentary. What's up?
I see a pigpen outside.
A pigpen? That's probably mine.
No, I mean a pigman. A pigman.
Oh. Yes. They that's either lightning. Oh, sorry, this is Minecraft stuff. That's either lightning or just came out of the Nether. Anyway, yeah. So I will say that it implies that them using the program in this era is like inherently dangerous, and like Edwin knows how dangerous it is. Which might be the reason why he's like, oh my goodness, it's happening again. Like a ton more people are dying.
Yes,
which did indeed happen in the trash epilogues. So.
Yeah, but then that implies that Fazbear Team just for some reason told Edwin specifically that the mimic killed a bunch of stuff, and that feels kind of weird.
True, yeah. Hey,
also, the way that Edwin reacts to it kind of implies that it was a long time ago, rather than like really recent. And the storyteller is probably like the same year, or like, or at most like a year after the epilogues.
Yeah.
Or well, not necessarily the epilogues, but like at least maybe like a couple years.
Yeah.
At most.
One final thing I feel like is pretty interesting that I want to point out is there's a lot of posters in Secret of the Mimic and just the fact that the facility is so big itself anyway, that implies Edwin had employees working at MCM.
Yeah.
Which, one, again, means he had a lot of money to pay them, or at least Fazbear Entertainment worked with him to pay him for him. And two, that obviously had to be something that happened after the first half of the Mimic story.
Yeah, it's just weird for that to fit in, you know? Like, I don't know how that would fit.
How that. But one thing some people have suggested is that it's possible that if he did have employees, the thing that happened that made him go crazy, it's happening again like the Mimic did with the Glamrox, is it took over all the animatronics or things in the factory and basically just went on an insane killing spree, murdering all the employees and shit.
Yeah.
And that's why he just lost his mind and feels like this is all my fault. Tons of people are dead because of me.
Yeah.
And it's been my creation and why he's so terrified.
Right. I assume that probably is what happened. It's not this thing didn't just kill his son. It killed a lot of other people.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which, like, yeah, I would be upset too.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I would feel like shit.
Hey, so there's this thing that you created, and like it's really cool technology. It killed like 20 people, but I hope that's okay. Like I know it's very sucky, but, you know, like I hope it's okay. We're using this technology that like was very revolutionary, but also very murderous.
Which
is very sad, but
very sad.
Yeah, if
yes,
I remember,
very sad. Anyway,
Burrow straight up lies to Edwin about
I've been here.
The program he uses and
Murray?
stuff. Like he doesn't tell him it's the Mimic program. He says it's something new, probably because he knows. Well, I can't tell this guy.
Yo, Bonnie's in the chat
because he's gonna. Yeah.
Bonnie's in the chat.
Hello, Bonnie. How's it going? Say hi to Freddy for me. Anyway, but
yeah.
I'm so curious about the game, dude.
Exactly. I'm so curious what the timeline of all this is gonna be and how this all fits in because it's getting very confusing.
I don't know, man.
Again, it's so weird why Jackie has no legs and
and now someone said that because the Mimic has the shape-shifting feature, it is possible he just like transformed his legs onto his back and tucked them inside or something.
I mean, he could.
He could.
I mean, he turns into a fucking spider, so.
Yes,
Either
exactly.
that,
grows more legs.
Like, it's also, again, how on earth did the Mimic take on the Jackie appearance? That's something I also will say.
And then there's this. Go ahead.
No, I was done.
Yeah. And then someone did have a weird ass theory that I'm just like, no, I don't. That
what?
And
Let's
that's that Jackie starts out as like an animatronic separate from the Mimic without legs that it's controlling, and then after we destroy Jackie, the Mimic Endo itself comes along and takes the thing out of her and then wears the upper half of her costume itself, and that's when we get orange eyes.
Something I will say about Jackie that might explain why she has no legs that's completely separate from just the Mimic having no legs.
Yeah.
Is the fact that she comes out of a music box or whatever. Yeah, a music box.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And so we know that
you don't need legs really.
Jack in the box.
Jack in the box.
Yeah, you don't. If you're exactly.
Because you're just gonna be in the box.
Right. So I would not be opposed to saying Jackie's like a completely separate animatronic that has a connection to the Mimic later, but doesn't initially.
That's fair. I would say that. Also, a lot of people say that like Jackie can't be the Mimic because she's in the music box, but also the Mimic can just like enter her at any point, so it doesn't really mean anything.
The Mimic can like as we can see, the Mimic it can literally be like anything.
If she has a hole in her back or something that it could enter through somehow, then it could just slip inside her or something like that.
Or also because she has no legs, it could just be like an opening at the bottom of her waist or something.
Yeah,
and he could just like climb in.
I don't want to imagine that too.
He's just pulling on a shirt, basically.
I don't know if that would be allowed.
No, that's the Mimic's equivalent of just pulling on a shirt.
Yeah. And then, like, I did one other thing I did see is if the Mimic, like he can do with this spider thing, if he can just shift his parts around, create new limbs, and just change himself in unrealistic ways. And it says then Jackie's arms do stretch pretty damn far, even for his arm extenders and stuff. So someone suggested that maybe the leg parts kind of like transform and combine with the arms in the way to make them extra extendable and put both their length on there.
I don't know.
Which is kind of an interesting idea. That's kind of weird. I doubt it, but it's just an interesting idea I thought I'd throw out there.
It's cool. I don't know how practical it is, though.
Yeah, I don't know.
But yeah, it would be interesting. Yeah. But yeah, I right now I just go with like I know Jackie has some association with the Mimic, but I feel like it's not something we really need to speculate much on right now. Because, So yeah, I would say
we have like 2 weeks left
maybe
until the game
legs
comes out. Exactly 2 weeks left until the game comes out.
Yeah.
Maybe the legs thing is like just ignore it for now, I guess.
Yeah.
And I don't want to, but we might have to.
I hope that shit gets explained.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you know what? Like Mimic has no legs. Jackie is like the only character, the main character of the entire game in a game called Secret of the Mimic, and has no legs. Wow. Okay. Thanks for that.
Putting all the Edwin invention stuff in the side and the timeline with the legs and the the factory in general and business side, there is something else I want to point out that's pretty interesting, and that's how the carnival fits into all this. Because
it's definitely associated.
Okay.
So, go ahead.
I think the carnival precedes Edwin's like creation of like the animatronics or like the costumes being turned into the animatronics.
I do.
I think that's something that's being done probably for Fredbear's.
So I'm not saying he created it, but I'm talking about his connection to it later.
I think that like the costumes came from the carnival, and then he was turning them into animatronics. Not all for Fredbear's, some for Fredbear's, and then some for the carnival. I think that the Bonnie and Chica animatronics were made for Freddy's though, and that because Freddy's was supposedly coming soon, right?
Yeah.
So I wonder if
sort of.
I wonder if there's like a sign in it in the game that says Freddy Fazbear's Pizza coming soon. Yet it's in 4 years that it shows up. So I feel like Henry probably made the blueprints for the OG4, and then he built them, he made them, and then handed off the blueprints to Edwin, and was like, "Hey, make more of these." And then because he disappeared and he didn't make more of them, they had to delay Freddy's or something. I could see that.
Okay, so here's the thing with this.
And so they hire Henry.
Henry already made them.
No, Henry already made them.
Edwin just had to make more.
If Henry already made the, I don't know.
Okay.
If Henry already made them, and it says then they could why would they have to delay Freddy's because extra ones Edwin made? Couldn't Henry just use the ones he already made?
I think the idea is like it was meant to be a chain. There was supposed to be multiple locations. And also they'd probably need spares in each location just in case one broke, right? So
they would be for extra locations, but I'm saying they would have them for at least the first one.
Yeah, but like I just said, like they need spares just in case.
Yeah.
If one breaks, it's done for. So I feel like it just makes sense.
There is another
for Edwin to be important there.
Theory I saw someone say, and I may have mentioned it with Sandwich on Call once before. I can't remember if I did or not. But basically, someone theorized that the suits Edwin made were for Freddy's, and we're actually gonna see them in Secret of the Mimic, and they're gonna get destroyed somehow. And then that's why Henry had to basically make new ones from scratch, because the ones Edwin made were gone, and he was out of the picture at that point.
Yeah. It's interesting. I think. I don't remember doing any of that, so it probably wasn't me.
They said there's gonna be a finale part where he puts on the different suits of the classics and stuff. And then it's going to end with him basically doing what he does at the end of Ruin, and he's going to rip them all apart and combine them in together into some, like, amalgamation of Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, and Foxy.
A not-so-accurate amalgamation.
Where have I... No. Where have I seen that before? The amalgamation of Freddy, Bonnie, and Chica, and Foxy. That's new. I've never heard of that one before.
I mean, to be fair, there are a lot of animatronics in Secret of the Mimic that do have faceplates.
But
yeah.
Oh yeah, true.
Oh wait, actually, hold on. What? Okay.
So there is kind of going on to that whole thing. There is kind of one important thing I want to talk about. So theoretically, yeah, some of the animatronics he has are from the carnival. And but something important I want to note is the symbols for the carnival thing and stuff. I'm pretty sure that one of them is on, if I remember correctly, is on the front of Murray's Costume Manor in Help Wanted 2.
Okay.
It says there is also a picture of no, not a picture, but there is also a mural with Freddy and Bonnie's head representing the sun and the moon on Murray's Costume Manor. So this implies that MCM had a direct relation with Fazbear Entertainment beyond just being a contractor or worker for them and stuff, and with the carnival itself.
Right. Ooh, interesting. Okay. I don't know. What would be the implications of that?
I don't know. It's very interesting. And then another important thing to note is they mention in like those screenshots people managed to grab, I think, from PAX, so like the security cameras. There's like a hallway with a poster for a Big Top Circus on it.
Yes, and I do remember that.
Yes. And so some people are thinking that this could actually, the Fazbear Circus or whatever it is actually by MCM and stuff, and that's why there's so much visuals of it on the place and stuff, and why it has all the animatronics for it, and we could actually go to it in some form at the end of the game.
Yes, and would that basically tease the end or what?
Probably, yeah.
And where Carnival we get Elizabeth shown as the secret mastermind behind it all. But that would be sick.
Yeah.
What I'm wondering is...
That would be interesting. Yeah. So, you think that there's going to be one more game about that, basically?
Yes.
Well, it would have to.
Yeah.
I wonder...
There's either going to be one more game, or it could be the Secret of the Mimic DLC.
I wonder something. What if... Okay.
What do you wonder?
Why is Fazbear Entertainment asking everybody, all the teams, to go get the Mimic and not any of the other animatronics?
Exactly.
Because they care about the technology, right?
Exactly, because they want the Mimic's tech.
Yes, they do. But also, they made Edwin make these animatronics for something, whether it's the Carnival or Fredbear's or Freddy's or whatever.
Yeah.
Why don't they want them?
Okay.
Like, sure, they want the Mimic, but if they want the animatronics, why not say get both?
It's possible that it's also like the Mimic is a dangerous thing on the loose in their way, so that's why the mission is to go capture this dangerous piece of technology I want, and then after that it doesn't matter, because then we can just send everyone in when it's safe and collect everything else.
Yeah, that's true.
But also, I now take the position that this game is probably after the Mimic story, because then the whole goal is to get this thing out of there.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. But what I'm wondering is, why not just say get both? Why not say get the Mimic and anything else and any other animatronics that you're able to?
Or it could just be like, well, they could do that in this game. But what would be interesting, it would be interesting. It's basically like, this is your top priority, and if you can get this other stuff.
Yeah, I guess. But the thing I'm wondering is, what if the reason that they ask us to go in to get the Mimic and not the other animatronics is because maybe some of those animatronics were for the carnival, but while Edwin was vanished, while he was gone, maybe during the time that he was nowhere to be found, that's when the carnival ended up burning down, so now it's already gone. So they don't need the animatronics for the carnival anymore.
Maybe.
I mean,
it's just, it's questionable if some of the animatronics are for Freddy's or Fredbear's too, but I'm wondering if maybe they were prioritized for the carnival, and then they ended up just not prioritizing them anymore because the carnival is gone. Prioritized the Mimic, and then once the Mimic was out, then they got those animatronics, and then they just repurposed them for Freddy's or Fredbear's.
Yeah, right. I mean, that kind of...
I could see something like that.
I could as well. I wouldn't be surprised by that either.
Yeah. And, but, like, also, like, another thing, Jackie is definitely made for the carnival, regardless of whether it's before or after, because her, not just because she's a clown, but her hands actually have the symbol for the carnival on them.
Yeah, and also she's a nurse, and there's the carnival nurse.
No, that's Dolly.
Too. Huh? Sorry, what did you say? I thought you said Dolly.
No, I said Jackie.
Oh, Jackie, sorry.
Has the symbol on her hand and she's a clown, but yes, Dolly.
Okay, well, Dolly though, yeah, I feel like, because there's the carnival nurse in Help Wanted too. Yeah. I just misheard what you said. My bad.
Yeah.
Don't worry.
But yeah, Jackie is also a clown, so it just makes sense.
Yeah.
And like if she does have like the symbol for the carnival on it, then yeah, it makes a lot more sense too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a lot of ways this game can go.
Where do you think we're gonna go after Secret of the Mimic? Like after it's out, what do you think the next game will be?
I do not know. Okay, so
go back to the Pizzaplex, please, and answer the blob.
Okay. So yeah, here's the thing. One, I do think at some point, unless they somehow incorporate into this game, I do think we're going to go to the carnival itself and see what the fire was all about and all that and things, and I do believe it does have something to do with the Mimic because he's burned and stuff, and having a fire that burns the Mimic and another fire in this plot line now is just really ridiculous.
I feel like they need to do like a Ruin sequel.
Yeah. Oh, yes. No. That's what I was
about to say.
Not only to answer Cassie, but also what Sandwich Man said. The blob escaped. Where's the blob now? They clearly set that up for something.
So exactly. So I was going to say, I do think whether it be this game, a DLC, or another one after, maybe not even necessarily the next one, but like the final one, the storyline, there's going to be one at the carnival itself that shows the fire. But in terms of when we get to whatever is post-Ruin, yeah, I'm very interested to see what the heck goes on with that. Because Cassie is theoretically still trapped underground. Gregory and Vanessa are on the surface. There's probably bad blood between him and Cassie now. And it says, and then the Mimic is still also on the loose with her down there. Presumably, I don't even want to. But come on, he's the big bad. Obviously, he's gonna play a role in it somehow. And then, of course, you have the Blob, the giant monster, who's living inside the remains of the Pizzaplex. But at the same time, it'd be weird if we go and do another game in the remains of the Pizzaplex. So is he going to come out of it somehow?
For the love of God, please, let us be in the ruined atrium at some point. I need to see it. For the love of God, please.
Yeah, please.
I need to see that.
I need it. I was looking forward to that playing through the game, and I'm like, oh, we
never got it.
So that's not my biggest issue. My biggest issue is they clearly just put the blob in there, and they're like, all right, we made our quota. He's still out there, but like. Now we're gonna do other stuff and never talk about that again. And we're gonna pretend like that didn't happen, and then we're not gonna answer what happened about that for like years.
It doesn't make you can theorize all day whether you still think Burntrap existed or not. I'm not gonna get into that. But the point is that they made sure they wanted to make sure to establish that the blob was real for some reason.
Mhm.
They wanted to like tell you just to let you know this thing is definitely something that actually exists.
Right. Which is like the final possibility, like one final remaining hope for an amalgamation, but we won't go
Me
there.
too, yeah. I do
Yeah.
still hope that they do that at some point.
Yeah.
I hope they do that with the blob specifically. Because
At this point, you're not gonna like this sandwich, but with like the parallels and all that, I wouldn't be surprised in the end if Scott ends up doing the mimic amalgamation with the blob.
I would leave the series if that happened. But that's
To be
fine.
fair, there is no
That would be
Afton anymore,
perfect.
so it probably would be the Mimic.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I'd still leave, but that's besides the point. That's why I said let's not go there.
Okay. Yeah, but I do think that the blob, I feel like they're probably saving him for the final game in the Mimic arc, and that's where we're gonna have probably the big final battle or something.
No. I'm good. Hopefully I'll be married by then and like have kids and like not care at all about
Make them
and
play it
then be
instead of
like,
you.
Yeah, it's like, well,
I mean,
yeah.
depends
I
on
mean,
how
it'll probably
many
take
days off that is.
At this rate, it seems like quite a while, but
Oh,
that's
okay,
the point.
if we go by, if Scott wants to make the same amount of games in this arc that he did with the original, then we're on game 4. So Blob final battle would be in game 6.
Right.
Okay.
So we would have 2 more games, which means I will have a life by then.
I have a theory.
I mean, I'll have a more important life than I do now. I don't have no life right now, but I'm like not doing much.
I have a theory about kind of like what we might be doing next. Because there's kind of so far, it might not be intentional. So take this with a grain of salt, obviously. But there might be a pattern in terms of the game releases. Because if you take a look at Security Breach, we had Freddy and Friends on tour for that. Before it came out, we got cartoons teasing it. 4 years later, it's now Secret of the Mimic. And we got the same thing. So it's like Security Breach and Secret of the Mimic were the mainline releases.
Right.
We have the Help Wanted games, though. There's 1 and 2.
Yeah.
And Help Wanted 1 came out in 2019. Then, again, 4 years later, 2023, Help Wanted 2 comes out. So it's like there's a pattern. Every 2 years, there's a game, 1 Help Wanted game, and then a mainline game. 1 Help Wanted game, then a mainline game. So if we keep that pattern, which we very well may not, it's just an idea. It could mean absolutely nothing. Could be unintentional.
I don't want Help Wanted 3.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying there could be a Help Wanted 3. It just depends on like what direction they're going, though. Like, what is the intention?
They would, I feel like they would really have to pull some bullshit to justify a Help Wanted 3 in the story.
Yeah,
it's really questionable how it would work if it did at all. Like, I don't know exactly what it would be if there was one. I'm just saying that that's kind of what the pattern might be hinting at, but it might mean nothing. Like, I don't know.
Because like the first one was putting Glitch Trap back together and he takes us over with. The second one was Glitch Trap trying to get us to put him back together again, but we stop him this time. Glitch Trap is out of the picture at this
so what's
point.
next? Like, what could there be next?
What could there be next?
I mean, who knows?
I'd rather,
it could be kind of like, you know, like, it could be that it ends up going into the past. Like, we could have, like, some type of older, more rustic, and, like, less technologically advanced simulation of some kind, taking place in, like, the 80s or something. Like, you never know.
Right.
Like,
Look,
I'm not saying that's most
okay.
likely. I'm just saying, like, it could be something like that. You never know.
Sure, but I'm going to be completely honest. I really do not want a Help Wanted 3.
I would be interested to see what it would be like if they did do it, but I don't think it's absolutely necessary at all.
It probably have some of the Mimic characters in it.
Who cares? Like, I'm sorry. Like,
I'm not saying it. I'm just saying that's probably what they would do, like how they incorporated Security Breach into Help Wanted 2.
Okay, Help Wanted 1 and 2 were some of my favorite Were my two favorite FNaF games.
Oh yeah,
so
no,
like
they're
I think that they're great, but I don't know where they could go next if they made a third one.
Yeah, I just feel like a third one would get a bit too repetitive.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I here's the thing. I think that the games are cool, but I am so sick of the games not being things in reality. Like,
yeah, that's fair.
Oh,
that's fair.
you know, this is in a single point in the timeline that like doesn't really cover anything. It's just like a game, and like it uncovers like very little like lore because of the setting of. I mean, look, I think that the lore that they have to cover is like all digital stuff, and sometimes it can get really boring and confusing and like repetitive. And I think like another one would just be like extremely lame. I'm not gonna lie.
It's fair, yeah. Like, I mean, it could be done well. It just depends how you do it and like what there is to do. And at the moment, I don't see anything that they could be doing with that if they decide to. Yeah.
Right.
Like, you never know where they go next. Like, what they do next. What could be coming in the future. It just like, at the moment, there doesn't seem like there could be anything.
Yeah. Yeah.
I agree.
Exactly.
If the pattern is followed, then we would get that in 2027 theoretically, and then the next mainline release would be like 2029. And also, you could say every 2 years, maybe they do the pixelated games. So they do like Into the Pit 2024. So maybe next year we could get like Fetch or something, because Scott said they were working on that next, right? So you never know. We could see that.
And, so one other thing I just kind of remembered that we haven't even like. Century had to go. I mean, he wasn't talking much anyway.
Yeah.
All right,
it's fine.
So an important thing I feel like that I just completely glossed over that. Also, it looks like this game is going to talk about because we were talking about advanced technology all the way back then. Do you guys know what I'm gonna bring up?
No.
What's up?
It says this game is probably gonna explain what MXES is.
Oh
yeah.
Right. Well,
and then
I think
it's gonna factor into the plot somehow.
He's in the
well.
van. He's in the same van that we are in Secret of the Mimic.
Which implies he's being probably. Here's the thing: I would not be surprised if they went the route of like he's being stolen by some people or whatever, for whatever purpose.
If anything, if we take it literally in the van driving away from the location, is it being taken away from MCM? Then I feel like that's probably hinting at us retrieving him along with maybe the Mimic at the end of the game. Taking him out of the factory.
Yeah, and then that could potentially segue into the next game, but
yeah.
Right.
But I just feel like that would be
still. We know. I mean, based off of my theories as well. I mean, I went absolutely insane when there was the initial Steelwool interview, and they're like, "Oh yeah, this is like the Whopper from 1983," meaning that yes. I do think it has some connection with Henry and William, and it's actually one of the reasons why I think its support for William was driving the van that ran over David. But that's completely separate. But whatever mixes has... What's up?
Sorry, go on.
No, I was done, basically.
No, just finish what the sentence that you were going to say.
And all I'm saying is, like, I really want to know what they're going to do with that, basically. Because, and I struggle to understand what they used it for initially. Because I know that you don't use security protocol for nothing. So I want to know whoever used it, what they used it for when it was stolen, I assume. Because or whatever technology, man. You guys know what I'm trying to say here, like what it was used for.
Yeah.
And there's theories that it says we're not meant to literally take that going away from the factory literally, as in it's being taken away from there. There's theories it could also be just a way of showing that MXS is being taken somewhere in the car, and then it's gonna be us taking it to the factory, and we're gonna use it there in some way, maybe to stop the Mimic somehow.
I think
well,
one
that
thing
would help connect with the Ruin. So what's up?
Yeah, and
One
that would
thing
connect
that I
more
think-
so with Ruin, under the theory that MCM is like under the Plex and stuff. That would be where
Yeah.
MXCS is left.
One thing that
at the
I
end
think
of the
is
day.
definitely interesting to note is if Mixes is used in this game, I don't think Edwin could know about it at all.
I don't either.
Because if
For
he
sure.
does know about it, he wouldn't be trying so hard to stop the Mimic because there already is a way to stop the Mimic.
Right. Ooh,
So
good
he would
point.
have to. He would have to be completely unaware that that it even exists.
I mean, if we're taking it away from the place, then theoretically it's possible it was already there. But it would make more sense if it wasn't. But I'm like, it could also just be that, how the hell on earth is Edwin gonna get down to MXCS by the time the Pizzaplex is around and stuff? Like,
but the fact that it's there, like, it could just be like, you could probably access it in some way, or at the very least, there would be some mention of the fact that there's a way to stop it.
yeah.
Like, it wouldn't just be completely omitted. Like, he has to either not know about it, or... Actually, there is no either. He just can't know about it.
Right, yeah.
Otherwise, he should have mentioned it.
Exactly, so... I don't have anything else to say.
Yeah, I know. The important thing about that, though, is that would imply that at least some form of the AR network and tech existed in the 70s, and I don't know how to feel about
yeah, I'm just...
Look, technology is all over the place in this series, okay?
Yeah.
I don't... That's not one that's bugged me all that
That's
much.
gonna be the Help 1 and 3 and the AR in the 70s.
Help 1 and 3 is... Oh, no. No. Oh my goodness gracious. Yeah. That would not work that well.
I still hope that at some point they do, like, if FNAF 6 is Fredbear's, I still hope that they do something with that, like, with sister location underneath it, or whatever. Like, I still think it would be... I still think it would make so much sense to have Cassie, like, go down that elevator and end up in sister location or something.
Yeah.
She already has.
Kind of technically already has.
No, wait, should I address this on stream?
What's up?
I don't know if Evan started or not.
What?
I don't think he has.
I have basically proof in Ruin that oh, hold on. That what happens in the chase scene in Ruin, Cassie ends up going into Funtime Auditorium, and I have like essentially proof.
What's up? Yeah.
Have you seen it?
I have not. No. What's up?
Okay. Go on to Ruin. I want the stream to see this as well.
What? Just the game?
If you can. If
I mean,
not,
I can.
Yeah. If not, I can screen share.
I still have Security Breach downloaded, right? Yeah.
Do you have? Hold on. Do you have? Are you able to phase through walls?
If
you don't have that downloaded, okay. If you have that
so.
downloaded, I'll definitely want you to. And then go to just chapter 9 and do chapter 9 and go to the Mimic Chase scene, and then I'll tell you where to go. As to the reason why I'm like thoroughly convinced that it's the same location, and I convinced Libra as well, who was also skeptical.
I think I can phase through. I know I can in regular Security Breach, but I'm not 100% sure if I can in Ruin. So I'll see if I can.
If you can in regular Security Breach, you probably can in Ruin as well.
Yeah, I think I think after Ruin came out, I downloaded it, like an updated version of it that had both, but I'm not 100% sure.
Sure.
And I was actually the one who noticed this detail when we were exploring down there.
Yes.
And I remember all three of us went like crazy when we saw that. Also,
all three of us?
There was one other one on call with us. I can't remember if it was Krakoa or someone else. I think it was him.
I think it was Krakoa.
Yeah. But also, once we show Evan in the game itself, I'm gonna post him that edit I made of the sister location breaker room map, so he can kind of get an idea of like.
I've looked at the breaker room map before too, and if you actually, assuming FNAF 6 is Fredbear's, then that breaker room map the elevator Cassie's in would be at the breaker room. Approximately.
Right.
And if that's the case, then theoretically, if it is a real elevator, like if it actually exists in the real FNaF universe, then that elevator that Cassie's in would likely be the breaker room elevator that we see. Oh my god, fucking hello. Hi, Mimic, I didn't realize I was here. Am I able to face
You're
through
there
walls?
already? Wait. Okay, wait. Screen share.
I did not mean to be here. I'm a little too soon in the game, or a little too late in the game. Like, I just started the game and the Mimic was just in front of me, and I was like, ah, the fuck?
Yeah.
Profile 1, chapter select, and let's just go down to 9.
Okay, yes.
So that I...
Your screen share. Can you screen share?
Yeah, I will. That was like the most scared security breach has ever made me in my life. Which is not saying a lot, to be fair.
Which is not saying a lot?
Not saying a lot, because like it doesn't really scare me in general, and like I'm not terrified, but
it's anything but scary.
Ruin has some tense moments, but it's not necessarily scary. It's scarier than the base game.
I did get scared at the end, but other than that, yeah, I wasn't really. And to be
it's
fair,
more scary to think about.
Frick. Holy frick, that was almost 2 years ago. Jeez.
Yeah.
Jeez.
It was.
That feels like forever ago.
Okay. Flying mode. Whoops. Let me see. Flying collision.
Alright, yeah.
None. There we go.
Alright.
On my stream, I'm on the right spot, right? Like I'm on the game.
I would recommend. Well, in order to go down the elevator, you need to do the final node with Roxy. So I would recommend doing that.
Right. Okay.
Give me 1 second. Let me see. Okay.
While you do that, I'm gonna use the bathroom. We'll be right back.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. I'm gonna go do that too. I'll be right back.
Alrighty. Hi, Roxy.
Roxy. Cassie. Your special day. I remember me? Cassie? What are you doing?
Alrighty. I like how this is the simplest one and it's the hardest one to do because you're so sad.
Happy birthday, Cassie.
Roxy. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
The fuck? Well done. That was the last security node.
Okay, I'm back.
Alright, so should I go down the elevator first?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
So, the part we need to show you happens after...
Okay, I am back.
Should I go to Candy Cadet or no?
It happens during the final chase scene with the Mimic.
Yes. Am I able to just skip past everything right now? Like, can I start flying once I get down there?
Yeah.
You can start flying after you get down the elevator.
Yeah, okay, that's what I will do.
Yeah, and I am shocked that not many people have talked about this.
I come
pretty insane.
Yeah, when the three of us first saw this on call, I had never seen anybody talk about this before.
Okay. Basically the idea I was talking about though was just that like that breaker room map leads you to the Ennard elevator. So it's like if assuming that this location is under the Pizzaplex, it makes sense that like that's the elevator that she ends up in, so she could just end up in the breaker room.
Well,
that's what I was saying, at least.
Go under this theory. This would not be the breaker room elevator.
Right. You'll see. You'll see.
Fair enough.
See what I'm talking about. Okay.
All right.
Anything in this room? Yes, there was the present.
Oh my gosh, you're gonna have Cassie crying for the entire time.
Yep. Okay.
Okay.
Am I able to turn on brightness? Unlit. Is it? It doesn't look like it's unlit. It looks like it's still lit.
It may help you, but it's not. It's not like you need unlit mode to see this.
It doesn't even give me anything. What is Chowda? General DLC. Chowda's just like the code name for the DLC, I think, right?
Yes,
enable cloaking. Clock. Lock everything. Security level 4. Wait, there's security levels in this game? I don't remember.
No, there's not.
Yeah, so why am I security level 4?
They use the same template for security breach in,
okay.
In the... Yeah.
So where would... Oh yeah, because it says Chica shattered and stuff like that. Show collision, use finding spot, lighting, scenario display.
This, I promise you that this panel is significantly less useful in Ruin than it is in normal security breach.
I cannot even turn on lit mode, dude.
Yeah. Okay. So go to the room where you start running into
an elephant.
Go into the room where you start running into the final scooping room. Don't go into the scooping room, but go to the door right in front of it.
Okay.
Okay. Now, here's the thing, right? Under the hypothesis that I have... No.
Go back down.
Yeah, I know. I'm just looking up.
So, under the hypothesis, under this, the idea is that this room that you go down to is indeed the way you go into the scooping room. But we believe that if the layout is correct, then behind you should be a door that leads to the private room. Look right behind you.
Over here?
There's like a boarded out section that has a giant hole.
This thing?
In the back.
Yes, with a concrete slab.
It's a giant slab on it that's completely different from the texture of the rest of the wall.
Huh.
And I believe that slab is covering up where the private room door used to be.
Right, and so...
So right now, this is private, or Funtime Auditorium?
No, yes,
You're in Funtime Auditorium, basically, with, like, other walls that sort of, like, have...
built...
kind of build it up. It makes it a little bit smaller, but they built walls when Fazbear Entertainment came down here, because we know that they came down here. But basically, the other side of that door... I know. Well, I mean, that would be, the other door that you exit out of would basically be the entrance into Funtime Auditorium. You're still in Funtime Auditorium, but they created a new door that would be like basically the entrance into the middle of Funtime Auditorium. So if you were to go to the...
Okay, so go to the hallway that leads to the elevator. Go through the door.
Right, yeah. So you would still be in Funtime Auditorium here, which is why in the floor is still the same. So if you continue going straight, then you would then find the breaker room.
And behind this wall, the one opposite this door would be if you broke through that wall.
Or not the breaker room, sorry, the control module.
Yes,
hold on, I'm trying to do the calculations in my head. So this is the private room.
Yeah, okay.
So this way, over like here would basically be the control module.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So this basically.
Okay, it's the Brazil ending.
Yes, this door here, this boarded up wall here, would be blocking off part of Funtime Auditorium that has the vent that leads to the control module.
Wait. Is this like... Okay, no, that's just the wall. Okay, I was gonna say, is that a door? I was like, is that a door of some kind? No, it's not.
Either way, but they built walls inside Funtime Auditorium in order to lead you from the elevator that goes to the surface to the scooping room. And they boarded off the private room specifically, which means if you were to basically go into their... They could expand this map. So Cassie has already essentially been into the sister location area because... Right, so which is underneath Fredbear's.
Hold on.
Yeah.
So that, I think, and when we discovered that, we were like, why the heck is there that on the other side of the wall? You don't add something like that on accident in the exact location it should be.
Yeah. And so...
That elevator, theoretically, it would be, like, at the circus baby module. Right?
No. It's okay.
Like
so
a little bit to the right of it.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the map right now.
So I'm gonna bring up the map, and because I edited it to show like where the new walls they added in are and how the layout has changed. Just let me get it here for a second.
If this right here would be the circus module.
They would be the control module there.
Yeah.
Well, around that general area, yes.
Yeah, you just said the circus module, which is...
Yeah, I'm saying the elevator would be, like, you go straight ahead, and then you end up in the circus module.
So here's, again, what's interesting about that is if there are elevators there, then it explains exactly how the animatronics would be able to get out of their initial areas, like, for rental areas. So you would basically be going up an elevator that Funtime Foxy could theoretically go up if someone rented it.
So, okay, so and I'm going to post it, I don't know if I posted in chat, but this is theoretically how it should look if we go by this layout.
Okay, I'll check.
The brown parts.
Let me see. That's the scooping room. Private room.
The 12 people in the audience who may or may not be listening, what do you think about this insane discovery?
So, the small square is where I put the elevator, but I only put it there if it's not replacing something else, but it could replace whatever part of the private area that small cube is. Like,
I mean, it's technically... No, that wouldn't be possible, actually. I was going to say it could be like an elevator in the private room that leads up to FNAF 4, but that wouldn't work.
Yeah.
Because it's too far left for that.
Yeah.
See,
yeah, I thought it was really interesting.
I'll show you guys my original idea for what this was. I need to ruin map. What did I call it? Breaker room map with a ruin layout. There we go. This is how I interpreted it. Sorry, this was my this was my original interpretation of it, and then I posted a video about it, and then people commented saying that what I didn't notice was that the caves, they curve a lot more than I thought they did when I first played. Like, I didn't realize how much they curved.
Yeah.
So
here, so under our interpretation, basically, the hole is basically right on the... So, like, the FNAF 4 layout, basically, the gameplay layout would basically be like where you're under when you're running above the cave system.
Yeah.
So basically, if you are in this cave system, if you dug up with like a pickaxe or whatever, you would find the FNAF 4 layout room, or in that general area.
Yeah.
Basically, what I was looking at here, what I discovered afterwards, was that this is where it starts, right? And
yeah,
the elephant scared me. The elevator that we find, or sorry, the FNAF 6 location is like about there. The elevator is over there. So if you map it out and you say FNAF 6 is that way, and then you go around, and then the elevator ends up there, that elevator, theoretically, if FNAF 6 is Fredbear's, that elevator would be located like right next to the breaker room. That's what I discovered. So the scooping room in that case wouldn't be the same scooping room because it would be in a completely different area. But how I interpreted it was, if that's the breaker room, then it could be the same elevator from the entered vent repair, because in that entered vent repair, one place that you end up is the breaker room, meaning that there's probably just multiple levels of the rental facility, and the level that we're on, where the breaker room is, that's one of the levels in entered vent repair, and that's where the main bulk of security breach takes place. So theoretically, my idea was that if you keep going down the elevator, which Cassie starts going up and then crashes down. Also, there's a door right here. Why is this door right here?
I think that was like they were intending for you to like maybe go somewhere else, but they cut it short or something.
Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, this elevator, Cassie goes up, and then Gregory crashes it, so she goes down. If she keeps going down, my idea was that she would end up in the sister location. That was that was my idea, basically.
Right.
Let me see if I can find the.
I can't believe that because of the door that's right behind the scooping room door.
This is my updated version of the map layout. So
that is very confusing.
Yeah, basically, so you see where it starts is FNaF 6, and then I like did the arrangements depending on like the directions and stuff that you go in Ruin. From FNaF 6 you go down, and then you end up in the cave right where that like little blob is, like right next to like the path from FNaF 4. Like there's a little blob like right below FNaF 6. Or Fredbear's. And then you go through the cave, and then it ends up like going around a lot. And then on the left, that line there, that would be going to the scooping room. But then if you keep going straight and then you turn right, then that goes down towards the elevator, and then that ends up right next to the breaker room. So that was my interpretation of it, and that was how I came to the conclusion that it could be the entered vent repair elevator.
Gotcha.
I think both ideas are cool. It kind of depends on like the direction, because FNaF 6, if it's a repurposed Fredbear's Family Diner, there's clearly a lot of changes made to it. Like there's a lot of extra construction that was made to the building and all that stuff. So
well, you know why, right? The reason why was because they were trying to renovate it, and they failed.
Yeah, obviously. So theoretically, you could just say that the entrance is in a different direction of the building. So the entrance from Fredbear's could be on a completely opposite side to the entrance from FNaF 6. So theoretically, maybe the entrance could be at the top of Fredbear's on this image, and then this same map layout could be accurate. But then if you like rotate it, then it would end up closer to the private room, which is where we decided that the elevator would end up anyway. So it works either way. But if you want the scooping room in Ruin to be the same scooping room from sister location, then your idea works. And if you're cool with it being a different one, then you could say my idea works too. I think either idea can easily work, basically, is all I'm saying.
I still think the reason why I think that they are that the scooping room is the same is well, obviously for the hallway, but also because like you have the two windows that are like, if you go to where the old scooper was and you see that they made a new scooper, right? So they don't need the old one anymore. The place where the old one was now has a door with two separate windows next to it instead of one giant window with the scooper in front of it.
Let me see.
Yeah, go back.
Hello, Brazil ending.
Go to the...
I guess this is just underneath the whole map.
I still don't understand that ending at all, but whatever.
Okay, so there's the elevator.
Yeah. So if you go through, if you just look straight, or if you go and look at the door.
This is like approximately where entered would be, right?
Yes.
That would be, basically where entered would be. The door would basically be where the old scooper was. So they got rid of the old scooper, they made the new one, and then they just made a door so they could access behind it so they could experiment.
Okay, yeah, makes sense.
Which makes sense. Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense because, the windows seem very dusty, so it implies they haven't been down here for quite a while.
I wonder, are there any like doors or anything that could be leading towards where the parts and service would be? Because it would be like in that direction. I don't see anything leading there, but you know.
Well, I mean,
they have a bunch of added walls, Yeah,
obviously Steel Boy isn't going to implement stuff that we're never going to see, like an entrance to like the,
Right.
Yeah.
Go through all that.
It would have been interesting. The cherry on top would be like a locked door in that area behind the original scoop area, whatever.
Yeah.
But again, they included that, and they made it just visible enough to where it implies they boarded up a door, and then behind it you see the exact same like concrete that isn't anywhere else in the entire area. It's like, it's extremely strange if it's just accidental in the exact location you need it to be.
Yeah. What I'm just whoa. What the hell just happened? What I'm just wondering is, in a Ruin sequel, how would this be incorporated? Like, because there's no other entrances available to her that can lead to the rest of this location.
If we just say that, like, if they come with some BS excuse to, like, smash a hole through a wall or something, then theoretically we could go through the side of the hallway that leads to the elevator, and then from there we would go through a slight bit left of Funtime Auditorium, and we could find a vent, and that could lead us into the remains of the primary control module, and from there the rest of the remains of sister location.
It could even be that, like, we start going up, and then we end up going back down because of the crash, and then we go back out, and then we just like, and then we could just like find a hole in the wall where the mimic went or something.
Yeah, exactly.
I have a better answer than that. The Scooper ending is canon, like what I believe.
Okay.
Because
and
then
the mimic is dead.
No, it's somewhere else.
You would love that though, wouldn't you?
I would, but there's nothing else that implies in the Scooper ending that the mimic dies. All it does is that it gets scooped. The question is, where does it go? It doesn't imply that it implies that it's out there still, and like now it's a matter of like you could either
you've bought time to run basically.
Yeah, pretty much. Or Cassie will be like, you know what? No, I just risked my life. I'm probably starving, but I'm gonna do some more investigation. That's perfect. Anyway, I'm kidding, but I still think that is kind of would make a lot of sense in my opinion. Like then Cassie's now down here, and she could possibly use the elevator to go up to the next door, because again there's a door up here, so it implies
that's what I was gonna say.
There's other areas that are like more in like a different level to the bunker, which could be like rooms that we don't see.
This has a Pizzaplex logo on it. This megaphone, or this speaker. Not a megaphone, but
they've been down here. Yeah. It's clear they have, which is why I say that they added walls here.
Also, by the way, so should we tell Evan where we think this elevator might lead to at the top now?
No, I don't remember.
So
I expected you to say no. I don't want to tell him.
No, I just don't remember.
So in Security Breach, there's the room where there's the room where this all staff meeting happened. The one that's destroyed and beat up and stuff. You know that one. A lot of stuff. Well, on the back wall, right smack dab in the middle of it, there is a part of the wall that is just a concrete slab, like something was originally there and they concreted over that. There's even bags of concrete in the room, implying they did. And the slab looks very similar to the one that it looks like they used to cover up the private room. So I suggested it's possible.
Do you mean here?
No.
Okay, so you know that like area in Security Breach where you go down.
Yeah, you're talking about the staff room, like where the thing broke. And I just heard you say bags of concrete, and I was like, oh yeah, there's some here.
They're in both.
Yeah.
Then there's a slab of concrete at the back wall of the staff room, right placed in the middle, like there was something designated there that they sealed up. And I believe that's where the ruined elevator led to in the Pizzaplex, and how they allowed Pizzaplex employees to go down and access the scooper using that elevator in the new halls they made.
Yeah, okay.
But obviously some shit went down and they sealed it up so people couldn't use it anymore.
Right.
I'm wondering, where does that door lead? Like the one that's like right above it, because that's way too low down for it to still be for that to be in the Pizzaplex, obviously.
What is?
Yeah.
The door in where I gotta find where the elevator is. It should be right up here. There it is. The door right up here.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
So like, if this was an unused thing, will it be used in the future? And where will it lead?
Might be, yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like the fact that there was a door there implies that they were like trying to give you more than you actually saw, but they're like, yeah, that's enough. We don't need to like keep going throughout the sister location bunker. You're good.
Yeah.
You got enough context clues, like.
You know, I've never really noticed up here, like this blue stuff.
Right. Yeah.
Oh shit!
Is this like
what's
the
up?
mushrooms?
Just remembered something.
What's up?
So, it's not here. I think it's in the cave somewhere.
The
the
mushrooms are
halls.
green.
There's a part of the wall, of the cave wall, that has those glowy things on it, but they're yellow instead of blue.
Huh. I'll look
is it
around.
in the cave area?
This is weird. This stuff is
It's
blue.
remnant, guys. I'm kidding. No.
That stuff is blue. And here the mushrooms are green.
Lighting, weird lighting,
I
probably.
think it's one of the pathways that takes you to a dead end.
Oh my goodness, blue and green. What does that remind you of?
Blue and green. Tiger Rock.
No, more than that. It's always more than that. Yeah.
Is this a whole? Does this dead end? Oh yeah, you can't even get here.
Right.
Yeah.
No, but if you do go one of the ways, you do get a dead end to another area, which is very interesting.
Okay, so
keep looking.
back.
There's some sort of dead end. Yeah, that's a wall.
I think it's this one.
Oh yeah, that we found. That's right.
Oh.
Here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This one. Yeah.
This is like the ceiling of the other area, which was blue. This one's like pink, orange, and purple.
Yeah. So, someone pointed out something very interesting in Help Wanted 2. So, there's the, I believe it is the log ride minigame, one of the secret areas where the one where you see, I believe, Jacko Moon is jumping up and down, or Jacko Sun, whatever.
Jacko Moon.
And you have to like shoot a thing while he's on the stage to like stop they'll have the light shine on him so he doesn't do it. In the background there's a mural of a cave on the wall, and it has these glowing yellow things on the top of the cave wall in the mural.
I want to go back to that. I want to check that.
Yeah.
I want to I'll just pull up like my own video or something.
Yeah.
YouTube Studio.
Let's see here.
Help Wanted 2. The log ride. I think it should be in... Not that one. Would have been... the ending video, I think. And again, I got an ad on my own video.
Oh man, my head hurts.
Yeah, I'm gonna end the stream in a little bit.
Alright, sounds good.
Let's see. I think in this video I showed the entire moon section. Did I?
At least I could have sworn that's where it was.
Maybe not. Maybe it didn't show.
Oh wait,
at all.
wait. Might be here.
I might just not have shown it all because this is my ending video of, and it's basically not a montage, but it's just a bunch of clips of me trying to get all the plushies. So might not see it there.
Maybe I'm just remembering where it was.
Help wanted to Foxy log ride.
It was because I'm looking at a video of it right now and I'm not seeing that mural anywhere.
I know what area you're talking about.
Maybe it's not in one of the moon areas and just one of the sun, and then it's one of the main areas.
No, I'm pretty sure it was with moon because it was you had to turn on the lights. I remember that.
Yeah.
I think it was this part. I don't see any mural on the wall though. Unless there was multiple. I think there might have been multiple parts where you had to turn on the light.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think there is.
Yeah. It's not so much a mural, more it's like probably like a cardboard cutout or wooden cutout thing with a picture on it and stuff. Something. I wish I still had the picture of it.
There's also a Princess Quest lantern here.
Oh, was it something in? No, it wasn't. It wasn't.
Maybe this one. There's a bunch of graves here, pumpkins, but I don't see any.
Exactly. No.
Oh, sorry. What are we discussing? I zoned out for like 10 minutes.
I'm just trying to find the thing that he was talking about, like with the.
And that's what I'm saying. I'm misremembering it. It's not at the moon part, or I keep saying, it's not the Jacko Sun part. But there was something, I believe, I'm positive I saw a picture of something in Help Wanted 2 that I think was from the log ride area that had a inside of a cave or something depicted, and it had the glowy yellow stuff on the ceiling.
I don't know, like, what it would be, though, like, or if that would mean much. Like, I'm just trying to figure out, like, I feel like knowing the context would help a lot, just so that, like, we could see, like, what, if anything, it could actually mean.
Yeah.
But I don't know where it is.
Yeah, that's the sucky part.
L.
Wait.
I am sure that the people on stream are thoroughly entertained by all this.
Just me sitting here staring at another screen. Just staring at a monitor that nobody can even see.
I wouldn't be surprised if it's something you can only see if you brighten it up, which doesn't help things at all.
Yeah, but also those things are supposed to be glowy in Ruin, so.
Yeah.
I don't know why I got so tired all of a sudden.
I think if that's true. Oh, wait. What do we got here? Oh, no, not there either. I just feel like that could be important because if whatever this like ride is or something is any depiction of something that existed in real life, then it could imply that this cave system was originally not necessarily an attraction in some way, but it was something that was accessible for some purpose and stuff. Like, it was part of, like, Fazbear lore or something like that.
I wonder if maybe it could have been, like, in the end part? Like, where you get the plushie?
Maybe.
I could check
maybe. I mean, it is interesting because, like, there's this string of lights that go through. Well, no, that's just the ones to, the Mimic area, like, they could have put that, actually, but still no, there are lanterns and things and stuff in this area, and it's like, and yeah, you could say, well, like, well, no, it couldn't have been, because, like, oh man, it's so confusing the way the layout works. So, if I remember correctly, the forklift in Ruin, it explodes through the back of wall of the place.
Yeah, it
right?
breaks the wall.
That
Yeah.
the mimic is in. Okay, so yeah, so that cave system is not something that's normally accessible through where we come in.
Yeah.
So it would have to be accessible through an alternative route, which the only thing, at least in current times, that modern FE could have used it for would be the hole in Funtime Auditorium that we go through using the cave system. And they maybe put all those lights there to explore it and stuff. But the fact that Gregory says, my friend has access to the maps and somehow that includes the cave system, I feel like that would sort of imply that they had this place like mapped out in some way. And unless this cave system naturally spawned, the fact that they have lights there implies that FE was down there in some way. The question is if it was the new
I mean,
one,
yeah,
or
there's a
if it was
Fazbear
the
logo
old
here
one.
on the forklift.
Yes. Yeah. So, I just find that interesting. Wait. Oh, wait. Bro, did you really just freaking do that?
There's also propane tanks here. Oh, you know, I never noticed there was a door here. It leads into nothing, but I just never noticed that.
Where?
Yeah, in this room.
The door. When I was doing like crazy analysis, like scrutinizing this like heavily, I still don't understand where on earth that door would lead.
I do not know.
Like I truly do not know how, like, or where it would go. It's very strange.
Here, I found it.
Oh, the cave part? The cave thing?
Yes. So in the not the beginning, but if we go to, let me try and get a screenshot of it. Here. Where is it? It's coming up. Yes, here. Okay, let me screenshot it here. So
I'll check in a second. Also, this is the vent that leads into the burn trap area, and it leads nowhere. Alright.
Yep.
I almost got it ready. Okay, here. Let me post it.
Where is
here.
this water coming from?
Like, here, I posted
it's
it in
just falling
chat.
from the ceiling.
If you like go into no clip and like examine the map, you can see behind the one stalactite or whatever, and you can see it clear. But there's a depiction of a cave, and if you look, you can see those glowing things, or like the glowing yellow shit on the ceiling.
Yeah, I kind of. Do you know where in the level it is, or no?
It's somewhere kind of in the earlier section, but like not right at the beginning. So you go through the area that has like the I'll link you the is there any way I can link the video and then tell you at what point it is?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, okay. Here, let me find it. It's
Also, this water is red.
What water?
Here.
Ew. Yuck.
Are we sure this is water, or is it blood? Because this is water, but this is not. This is all blue and this is all red.
Okay.
Yuck.
Okay, there's the video. I linked it, and it's at 4:10 when you reach the part where you get to it.
Let me see. Hello, Minecraft Steve.
I am Steve.
So good there.
Speaking of which, I am playing Minecraft right now with the sickest shaders of all time in the Nether. I'm not even joking, they look absolutely insane.
Huh, okay. So it's kind of just there.
Yeah.
And... I have no idea if there's any significance with that at all.
Yeah.
Genuinely. I really don't know.
And that is okay. It probably will never be answered, though.
Probably not.
Oh my gosh, Cassie's still crying.
Yeah, she is.
When Ruin first came out, I'm like, oh my gosh, Cassie's so much better of a protagonist than Ruin, and I take Gregory, and I take that back so much now.
No, I think she's a better protagonist, but she is a little annoying at times.
She's extremely annoying. Well, here's the thing. Let me ask you this: if she's a better protagonist, how much do you know about her, and what how much did she reveal about herself in the entire game?
In terms of her character, I don't think she's better, but I think in terms of her characterization, like her traits and stuff, I just like her better in that regard.
That's fair.
But I do agree that we don't know much about her at all in terms of her backstory and stuff. Just mostly her personality, kind of.
Right.
All right. Well, I think I'm probably gonna end the stream now.
Alright, sounds good.
It's been a fun one. Been first time I've done a fully FNaF stream in a little while. So
probably because most FNaF stuff recently has not been very interesting. But outside of the Dead by Daylight stuff, that's cool.
Yeah, I haven't done that yet, but yeah, it seems cool. It doesn't help that the last time there was a FNAF book, it ended up not being great, and then the next time there will be a FNAF book is fucking September, so we got a while to wait.
Yeah. I honestly, I'm glad I didn't read Escape to the Pizzaplex. I heard it was terrible because it's
really
so boring.
It's just the same thing over and over again.
So it's basically they didn't learn their lesson after the epilogues.
It's like Return to the Pit was cool. The week before was better, and then Escape the Pizzaplex was just you took the worst aspects of each of the stories, and then just there's some parts of Return to the Pit or the week before that are essentially the same. They have the same things happen, either way you go, but they give different context and different information, different lore. Escape the Pizzaplex gives basically no lore in all 220 pages. It's what was the point of the book at all?
Right.
This is really barely anything.
I'm glad I did not read it.
Yeah.
I've been so lazy, I still haven't even finished Escape the Pizzaplex because bad stuff happened at the very time I was reading it. So.
Fair enough, yeah.
Oh, so I'm sorry to hear about that.
Yeah.
Well, you know what the stuff was, but whatever.
Oh, yeah, that.
Yeah, and now I will forever associate that book with terrible stuff.
You know what? Fair.
Very unfortunate, but it is what it is, so.
It is a terrible book anyway. No, it's not even terrible. The plot is fine.
No, I'm talking about... No, Return to the Pit.
Oh, Return to the Pit. Oh. Yeah. Return to the Pit I do like as a book, but I prefer the week before, but it's still good. And then Escape the Pizzaplex takes the worst aspects of it and dials them to 11. It's literally only the bad stuff from the previous books, plus barely any lore at all.
So is it basically Haps 2.0?
Might be worse than Haps.
Wow. Wow, that's pretty impressive.
It's
anyway.
There's some good stuff, and then if you just read the book and read one single path the entire time, you might enjoy it. If you read every single path in the book, which is just the same thing 8 times per night. Not even the same thing 8 times throughout the book. 8 times per night. There's 5 nights. It's just the same thing over and over again.
Yeah, that does sound pretty freaking boring.
It really is.
I'm okay. I don't know if I want to read that.
Wait, are we still streaming right now? Or
Yeah. I'm gonna end it in a couple minutes.
Yeah. Okay, well then I'm not gonna say what I'm gonna say right now.
Oh, okay. Say it when we end stream, or
yeah.
All right.
I'll deafen for a few minutes because like I have music playing at the end of my streams, but
gotcha.
And like if I have the music playing, then my desktop audio is on, so like I'll still hear you guys unless I deafen. So
yeah, gotcha.
All right, well, fun stream. Hope you guys enjoyed. If you did, leave a like, subscribe. Thank you guys for joining me. Thank you Libra for joining me even though he left. And same with Century. But yeah. I'll see you guys in the next video or stream or whatever it is next that I do. But yeah, I'll see you guys later. Bye.
Goodbye.
Bye.